bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm BCS One
และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับตลอดทายผลนะครับผม
适合准时收看 PCS 1东亚洲地赛。
PCS One 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PKS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including one free coupon.
你想唔想更加認識我哋 Team Cursor 呢？
If you click the Esports tab for our game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะได้รับสกิน PCS สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
Stay home and
watch PUBG Esports。记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛。Stay home and watch PUBG Esports。
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG Esport.
Bliv hjemme og se på PUBG Esport.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG Esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system, and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu, and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out of ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players, and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our ranked mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach gold tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. A couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
Hi PUBG Sports fans, I'm your PUBG Sports guide, Annie, and I'm here with Paper Thin. It's been a long time, right?
Yeah, it really has. It's been a while, but we've got plenty of PUBG Esports action coming your way.
So PCS Charity Showdown is over, but PCS 1 is right around the corner.
Yeah, exactly. We've got 4 days with 5 matches per day in each of the 4 regions. And there's 16 teams in each region, so that means there's 64 teams competing in total for those 4 championship spots.
So have you heard the Pick'em Challenge is coming back?
Yeah, I'm really excited. I saw the preview for the new skins and they look super cool.
Yeah, that's right. We have to guess a champion for all 4 regions, right?
Yeah, exactly. And we're gonna be here today to help you guys, give you some background information on the teams and kind of help you decide who to pick.
So we'll be doing the little guessing at the end of today's news show, so stay tuned. As always, we're going to start with APAC region. PCS 1 is going to start off with APAC on June 25th. 16 teams are already decided by regional leagues and regional qualifiers.
Yeah, there's 7 new teams that are going to be coming through from this. 2 of the top teams from the last time did not qualify. Division X Gaming and Archangel Predator are not going to be with us this time around, so we will be crowning a new champion in APAC.
The team I would like to highlight from this region is MSC Theraton from Thailand. This is a new team, but they have been maintaining top of the scoreboard in the recent PUBG Thailand series for 15 days. The key player from this team is Yoshi Minburi, the Thailand superstar. And this team also consists of former Tokyo Striker members, so I'm really excited to see them competing in PCS 1 APAC.
Yeah, for me, I'm also looking at 2 of the other Thailand teams to do well. Buriram United Esports has been very, very strong. They're a team that can frag out. They play extremely aggressively around the edges of the circles. Q Confirm, on the other hand, is a more balanced, kind of more traditional style team, but they're also a very, very strong team from Thailand. Finally, I'm looking at Divine Esports from Vietnam. They've consistently made it to these big stage events, so I'm waiting for them to really break through at one of these.
So it's time for North America. 3 weeks of group stages have just finished and all 16 teams were decided. So one interesting point is that Sonics, Shoot to Kill, and Oath took top 3 in both PCS Charity Showdown and PCS 1 group stage. It was also interesting that Oath and Shoot to Kill tied with the overall score.
Yeah, exactly. So both of them had the same total score. However, in competitive PUBG, we determine who gets a higher placement when they tie based on the number of kills. So in this case, Shoot to Kill had more kills than Oath, so they were 2nd instead of 3rd.
So this time Shoot to Kill won, right?
This time.
Then which team do you think has higher possibility of being champion in North America from these top 3 teams?
I think it's really hard to say. Between Oath, Sonics, and Shoot to Kill, they're all really, really good right now. Oath, we've seen them have the ability to pop off and put up crazy rounds. They won 4 games in a row at the Charity Showdown on the final day. Shoot to Kill has consistently been a 2nd place top tier team in NA. And Sonics, just now with the addition of Mime on the team, they've been fragging out. So it's really hard to say. They're all really good.
Yeah, it's true. And I heard that Drussel is coming back.
Yeah, so he's a player that many people in NA are familiar with. He was big in the 2019 scene. He competed in the PGC event in 2019 as well. So a very strong player. He's moved over to Exodus now. They didn't do amazing in the group stage, but maybe there's some growing pains with him being there. Definitely a team to watch out for going forward.
In Asia, most of the participating teams were decided in advance, so participating team lists are very similar to those of PCS Charity Showdown.
Yeah, exactly. You're going to be seeing a lot of the same teams, a lot of the same rivalries, a lot of fighting over the same landmarks and rotations, so it should be pretty exciting in that regard.
That's right. And we have 3 new teams. 1 team, VSG from Korea, and 2 new Japanese team, Crest Gaming Xanadu and Element 36.
Yeah, so I think a lot of our international fans are going to be very excited to see VSG back competing on the big stage again. It's been a while for them. They haven't been back on an international stage since the Face It Global Summit. But now we're seeing a little bit of a different look for VSG. Wicked and Mental, 2 perennial contenders from Korea, have moved over to VSG and perform extremely well for them. The other team I'm really interested in watching is going to be Crest Gaming Xanadu. We haven't seen them since PGI 2018. So this is really exciting to see one of the old school PUBG esports teams from Japan come back and make it to compete at an international competition.
On top of that, one of the most interesting watch points in PCS1 Asia will be rivalry between Genji and Tianba Gaming. Genji was playing so well in KR qualifier recently, and PO is crazy these days. So he averaged 2.5 kills and like 454 damage per match. This is a lot in the pro scene.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see with how well Genji has been performing. They've been getting better and better as time goes on, if they're going to try to compete with Tianba Gaming for South George. Now, they didn't at the Charity Showdown. I think they maybe should. They're really strong right now. Tianba has been struggling in China recently in some of their events, so maybe there's a weakness here to take advantage of. However, I know Genji is comfortable going to other spots like Mill to Power if they need to.
I'm also curious how Team Kirsten would play because they were the biggest contender to Tianba Gaming.
Yeah, especially at the beginning of the Charity Showdown, they did very well. They're a very disciplined team. They like to play slow, rotate late, come into middle of the circles, and try to hold territory. So they're the real deal. They made it back here again, and I'm excited to see how they perform this time around.
Last but not least is Europe. Europe has just finished the 6 days of group stage, and now 16 teams are now decided. There are a lot of landmark fights going on in PUBG esports scene, and this happened in Europe too. So there were this battle for Hacienda del Patron between Unity and TSM, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a central spot on Miramar, therefore a lot of teams are really interested in trying to fight over it. TSM and Unity were going at it. It seems like maybe TSM got the best of it a little bit, with Fex doing a little bit of a dance after they won a fight there on day 6. The real question is, going forward, will they fight over it at the PCS1 event? I'm not too sure. Usually one team backs off eventually because it doesn't really benefit either team to fight over a location like that.
Yeah, and one shocking thing was that Na'Vi barely made it to the final. They ranked 20th after the 34th match, but they managed to earn around 30 points from last 2 matches and finally made it to PCS1. They qualified by just 5 points.
Yeah, Na'Vi is a team I don't expect you can keep down for very long. They were 3rd at the charity event. They've been really strong in general in 2020, so I expect to see them rise again as time goes on. I think it was just a bit of a fluke that they didn't do as well. Some other teams to look out for in Europe, you definitely got to keep your eyes on Tornado Energy. They've been playing incredibly consistently this year. Example was basically the top fragger in the top everything in every stat category in Europe. Team Liquid has been very, very good as usual. Still looking to see if they can finally kind of overcome that hurdle and get a 1st place, but don't count them out. And one other team I'm really interested in is Tempest. On day 2 of the group stages, they won 3 Miramars in a row, which in Europe is incredibly difficult to do.
As mentioned earlier, Pick'em Challenge is back in PCS1. We have 2 games, and main game will be simply guessing the champion of all 4 regions, and you'll need 1 coupon for 1 vote.
And then we have another free game to play where we're gonna break down each of the 16 teams into 8 different groups, so a rivalry between 2 different teams, and you have to pick the team that you think will do better overall to earn some points.
So you can get up to 6 voting coupons by purchasing PCS1 items, and most importantly, you can get 1 free coupon by watching live broadcasting for PCS1.
Yeah, so make sure you guys tune in to all the PCS1 events, as there is only a limited amount of people who are going to be able to use those codes that you see during the live broadcast. So you gotta be tuning in and you gotta be ready to go.
So who did you pick, Favorite then? Let's see who gets right in the next episodes, and stay tuned for PCS1. Oh, and don't forget to like and subscribe.
Get excited, PUBG Esports fans, because the Pick'em Challenge is back again, and just in time for the PUBG Continental Series 1, the 2020 PUBG Esports tournament to crown the grand champions of each region. First introduced during last year's PUBG Global Championship, the Pick'em Challenge rewards players with exclusive items for correctly guessing which teams will win. The Pick'em Challenge has changed a bit since last year, so here's a quick breakdown of the event. You'll find the Pick'em Challenge in the updated Esports tab, along with PCS1 player info, team stats, and real-time tournament information. Our two Pick'em Challenge games are in each region's tab, where you'll have a chance to predict the winning team or the better result between rival teams. Predicting the winning team is the Pick'em Challenge's main game, where you use your voting coupons to guess the grand champion of each region. You can earn a total of 6 of these coupons by purchasing celebratory items for PCS1. You'll also be able to earn one for free by watching the tournament. Each region where you successfully guess the grand champion will net you 100,000 esports points, which is enough to buy a good chunk of the PCS1 items in the esports shop. The second game, and Pick'em Challenge Newcomer, is open for everyone to play, regardless of how many voting coupons you have. For this game, we'll pit 2 rival teams against each other for you to vote on. Earn your points by successfully predicting which of the rival teams in each region ranks higher. You'll get 2,000 points for each team you successfully predict, so use that to supplement your upcoming big win, or start saving for the PCS1 items you want the most. The PCS1 Pick'em Challenge will run from June 17th to July 2nd for PC fans, and from June 23rd to July 2nd for fans on console, with the special PCS1 items available in the esports shop from July 7th to July 22nd. All esports teams participating in the tournament, including from APAC, Asia, Europe, and North America, can be voted on, and the more you play the Pick'em Challenge, the more chances you have to collect exclusive PUBG Continental Series 1 rewards. Keep an eye out for the final tournament schedule, and we'll see you and your favorite PUBG Pro teams on the battlegrounds. Update 7.3 has arrived and brings an explosive new weapon, some new updates to vehicle balance, quality of life changes for landing with your team, and an update to the esports menu. Let's get right into it. The first update is the addition of C4, a brand new explosive that sticks to most surfaces. Once its long timer finishes, this powerful explosive deals damage to everything within a 25-meter radius, both horizontally and vertically. C4 isn't meant to be another throwable, but rather a tactical choice to prevent enemies from staying in a defensive position. There's a clear audible beeping sound when C4 is armed, which increases in frequency as it gets closer to boom time. You'll want to be clear of it when that happens. C4 spawns as world loot on Erangel, Miramar, Vikendi, and Sanok, and will also appear in care packages on these maps. Vehicles are getting a balance update this patch as well, with new damage zones being added to change how you go about taking them down. Starting with 7.3, damage dealt to the engine of a vehicle will still be full, but damage done to the sides and roof of a vehicle will be reduced. Vehicles will also no longer explode immediately upon reaching 0 health. Instead, the engine will die and catch fire, giving you about 5 seconds to bail before the vehicle reaches its ultimate end, though excessive damage can be an exception. These new damage zones affect most basic 4-wheeled vehicles like the UAZ and Murata. Other changes include increased armor for boats, no more increased collision damage when vehicles are rolling, and a 50% increase to spike trap length. You can check out the patch notes for full details. One more vehicle-related thing. The trains on Vikendi have gotten a new vertical line on the map, which should give more options for use. Some trains will now also make an additional stop before reversing direction, and we've added new indicators for when trains are arriving and departing. Players dropping with their team can once again utilize the parachute follow feature, which was previously disabled pending some improvements, to stick close to their group without having to maneuver there manually. From the pre-match countdown to before the drop, you can select a teammate to follow to the grounds. This can be cancelled on the map screen by holding F while in the plane or while following the player in your chute. Finally, the esports menu has been updated in preparation for PCS1. Here you'll be able to find an overview, team standings, and the next iteration of the Pick'em Challenge. We'll be talking about PCS1 and the Pick'em Challenge more soon, so keep your eye on PUBG channels for more information. Update 7.3 is available now on PC test servers, so drop in, check out everything new.
PUBG Continental Series 1 개막전으로 인사드립니다.
Welcome to the PUBG Continental Series 1. This is the Asia region. It has been an intense battle in a lot of these regions for the qualifiers to get here, but once again, it's time for Asia. I am Paper Thin. Joining me, as usual now, is Bench, and this is going to be really exciting. China, Korea, Japan, Chinese Taipei, all here competing for $80,000 for the first place team, $200,000 overall here, Bench.
$200,000 for overall prize. $80,000 goes to the first place. $35,000 goes to second place. The rest will be divided into the 25% will be divided out to all the teams participating. But $80,000, huge bucks we're talking about. Whoever takes the first place will be able to take the money home.
Exactly, and let's not forget that all the money purchased with the esports mode, with all the coupons and all these other things, all the skins, all that goes to partially to the teams as well. So anything you guys are doing, you can support your teams by going through, buying some of those things, getting those coupons, picking your favorites. Tell you what, it's going to be really exciting, and there's a lot of really, really good teams in this lobby, and I'm excited to get it underway. China is exactly the same this time through, so that's really fascinating to see. It's the same 6 teams from China. Last time we saw Tianba absolutely be world beaters here.
Tianba put up 200 huge points, which of half was coming from kill points, so they were killing people left and right. For Korean region, though, we had 3 teams that advanced from the Asia Charity Showdown. However, 3 teams were picked from the Korean qualifiers, which happens to be Griffin, VSG, and OG and Entis. And I'm also looking forward to Griffin and VSG and OG and Entis to definitely perform up and get those kill points in there as well. As we see, Griffin, they didn't do that great back in the Asia Charity Showdown, but in the Korean qualifiers, they were destroying people.
They were nuts. Griffin was insane in the Korea qualifiers. All right, here's our schedule, guys. Not just for us, but for all of the regions, and you should definitely be tuning into all of them. APAC and North America were incredible. If you guys missed those, go back and watch the VODs. They are out there. They're available. Extremely exciting stuff. APAC is a lot of fun. North America, there's some really great teams there as well. And these are the participating teams on the right-hand side here for Asia. Once again, 6 teams from Korea, 6 teams from China. 2 teams from Chinese Taipei, and 2 teams from Japan. And I'd be remiss, Bench, if I didn't talk about the fact that we have 2 brand new teams from Japan. And some of you guys, if you're old school PUBG fans, you may recognize that symbol next to the Chinese flag. That is indeed Crest Gaming Xanadu, a team we have not seen in the international stage since PGI 2018, Bench. It's been a while.
It's been 2 years ever since for Crest Gaming with Xanadu on the right side of their name now, with a new sponsor in them. Element 36 as well, a new team from Japan as well. Definitely looking forward to what they could perform. We've seen Detonation Gaming White putting up really good fights against some Korean teams. We saw Sun Sisters hot dropping on infantry, some bravery. I don't know if that was a smart bravery, but still, it's some valiant bravery, I would say, coming out from these Japanese teams. And this time around, too, they can make things a little bit spicier for all these teams looking to take the money home.
Yeah, and joining them, a brand new team here on the scene from Japan is Element 36. Now, let's take a quick look at our overview for the prize pool. Like Bench and I have been talking about, $200,000 for each region, plus 12.5% of the in-game sales go towards the event as well, towards the total prize pool, as well as an additional 12.5% of the sales are distributed equally among all the participating teams. So guys, if you want to support PUBG Esports, easy way to do it. Go into your PUBG client right now, purchase some stuff, and that all goes into the pool to help PUBG Esports grow.
I really like this system because this really gives the chances for the fans to, participate and support the game they love. They really love to play and support the players who they think are going to win. Speaking of which, who have you chosen for the winner of the Pick'em Challenge?
All right. So, let's go through. You want to talk about just Asia, or you want to go through all of my picks?
Let's go with Asia, as you're talking about Asia right now.
All right. Well, let's do this overview, and then we'll do our picks. Okay. So the way we're going to do it, day 1 and 2, which is this week, Friday and Sunday for Asia. We have 3 Erangels to start, then 2 Miramars, and then next week we flip it, 3 Miramars, 2 Erangels. Same point system that we've been using for years now, guys. It's still the super system. You guys know it. You love it. 10 points for first place, a point per kill. From there on out, you get some points if you can get 8th or higher if you're top half. If you're not, you don't get any points for placement. But I've been noticing a lot of teams are really starting to prioritize kill points, especially on Miramar. Seems like a lot of third partying going on there on Miramar recently. So anyway, this is nothing too crazy here. You guys know this. This isn't anything unusual. So the picks, Asia. My overall pick was Griffin. Now, I still think that Gen G is the better team, like overall, in terms of their pedigree and what they've been able to accomplish on an international stage. Griffin hasn't done that yet. That being said, I think right now, Griffin is finally ready to take a leap forward, and I'm expecting them to do much better this go around. How about you? What are you feeling?
So speaking of Griffin, I think it really depends on which player they're going to be putting up as their fourth player, because they've been swapping around between 2Tap and Nana quite a bit, where if they wanted more aggressive gameplay, they will acquire 2Tap to be playing. And if they want more defensive gameplay, they will have Nana. So I don't know how today's roster will be like formalized, but I have a sense that as these Chinese teams are very aggressive, Griffin wants to up their aggressiveness as well. So I'm thinking it's going to be 2Tap, and with 2Tap, with the 2, the term you coined, I'm thinking Griffin has a pretty good shot. But I also talked to a couple of employees of PUBG as well, and their picks are on Gen G. So Annie, your news partner,
she's a big Gen G fan.
She's a big Gen G fan. I've also talked to the esports manager, and she was also, I think Gen G has a pretty good chance. So, and thus is why I picked Gen G. But one team I would say who has a really, really good chance is Infantry.
Yes.
And I want to talk about Infantry because Longsker is back.
He's nuts. He's the best player in China. I don't think there's any denying. If you guys haven't, for whatever reason, if you live under a rock, if you haven't seen Longsker play, you're in for a treat. This guy is absolutely insane. He puts up numbers in China that no one else does. He's like Pio, where Pio puts up numbers in Korea that just don't make sense. I mean, Pio averaged 2.5 kills per round during the Korean qualifiers. Guys, nobody on the planet does that. Longsker, before the charity event, if I remember correctly, he was like 1.83 kills per round. Now, in China, that's extremely good. Some of the best players in China were only averaging around 1.1 to 1.2. He was leaps and bounds ahead of everyone else there.
And some data to back that up is the 8 p.m. scrim last night, actually, for P61 Asia. Infantry had 4 wins under their belt. They scored first, second place, first.
Wow.
That is just
That's insane. That's
amount
nuts.
of points they picked up from that scrim. But speaking of scrims, ever since starting from 22nd to 25th, the 3 p.m. scrims, Quadro was actually number 1 with 0 hot drops. They didn't hot drop anybody. Nobody hot dropped on top of them, but they gathered enough points to put themselves in number 1 spot. Griffin was number 2. They actually hot dropped a team on Miramar. I don't know which team it was, but they came in second place with those hot drops. So that shows your pick is also a valid pick. Third team was Gen G, 0 hot drops, number 3 spot. And we know this rivalry has continued since Asia Charity Showdown and the scrims before that, where Tiamba and Gen G was fighting against South George. And I think Gen G has made up their mind. We are going to be taking South George back. And that's probably why Tiamba is either going to back out from South George or Gen G could be going back towards Milta Power once again. We don't know what's going to happen, but we're definitely going to be seeing Gen G putting up a good fight against Tiamba.
I'm excited for that, guys. We only got to see Gen G versus Tianba one time at the Charity Showdown. Tianba won it pretty handily. Otherwise, Gen G was kind of maneuvering around more towards the Milta Power area on Erangel. I'm excited to see how this plays out. Now, Tianba were world beaters here at the Charity Showdown. That being said, we're getting some clips here from Tian of Tianba Gaming. And they were incredible. They were just fragging out like crazy. They had some great wins, some other things going on for them. Constantly, it seemed like they were in the top 5. Since then, however, there have been a couple tournaments in China, the Huya League and a few others. They did not do well. They have been struggling as of late. So Tianba, to me, is they were a flash in the pan. They've been great. They're a strong team, but they have weaknesses, and they have been exploited in China. So I'm a little concerned about them. In fact, I think, for me, most of the Chinese teams that are here haven't been great. I still think LYG has a lot of potential, and the new 4AM, we're kind of maybe going back to ZGG. So excited to see that. He's back, and he's a great player for 4AM. So maybe we got something going on there. But I'm not so sure about Tianba now. To me, they're not the favorite coming into this.
Tianba did take the first spot in Asian Charity Showdown, but the statistics after Asian Charity Showdown just it explains how Tiamba has fallen a little bit. Maybe not as a whole, but like the senses, the game senses, or like just a little bit of a uncomfortable feelings coming into these new tournaments. Also in the scrims, that wasn't too great, but LYG, they were wrecking Miramar back in the Charity Showdown days. They had 153 points to put up for a second spot coming in for Asia Charity Showdown.
Most of their damage was done on Miramar. These guys are crazy good at that map. They have figured out how to maneuver on that map. They're really good at taking good spots. They find good sight lines. They play defense on Miramar incredibly well. I feel like they can find good compounds and really lock them down. And they don't just lock them down. They get kills from the compounds. They're not just hiding in corners waiting. They're out there actively looking around, seeing what's going on, and seeing what they can get out of it. So for me, I think that's the Chinese team that I'm most interested in, that I think has the best chance to win. But what I think what you and I saw bench during the Korean qualifiers is that Korea is back. I think they kind of were a little upset with their performance during the Charity Showdown, and it looked like their gameplay, their meta adjusted a lot.
A lot, as Korean teams were going quite passive, but coming now, it's become that they've picked up that aggressive style of Chinese region. So we are going to be seeing a lot of that too. But a team from Chinese Taipei that we shouldn't be forgetting about is Team Curzon. In the first week, they had first spot, third spot, first spot, third spot. So they were picking up 2 chickens and 2 third places, and they ended up coming in top 3 for Asian Charity Showdown. And one thing I actually learned about Team Curzon is that they have like a day job.
Yeah.
And all these players, including the coach and everyone in the team, they have a day job. So
they're amateurs. They're not professional players.
They are working in the morning and they're practicing in the night. And now they're coming to this regional tournament that represents PUBG, and they are kicking butt and showing some bubblegum.
Yeah, the real deal. They qualified again in the PML, PUBG Masters League. That's it. PML, which is the Chinese Taipei region tournament. They qualified again. Same 2 teams from there. So they, to me, are like the Cinderella story, right? They're the team that I'm saying, this is, if there's going to be like a team that comes through here, has a shot at winning, that I don't want to call them a dark horse, because I would actually say like they're even, I thought they were going to be dead last going into the Charity Showdown. I'll just be honest. I thought,
that's what we all thought too.
Yeah, but they know how to play. They're safe though. They're not an aggressive team. They're going to kind of take it easy and move through just very patiently and disciplined. So these are some new stats that we're getting provided for us, and I love these. You guys, I tweeted about this because I'm so excited for this. You get some ratings on these players, and this is Pio versus Lin Shun, and both of them are absolutely nuts. The potential on Pio, a 100, because when this guy is on, he is the best player in the world, in my opinion. That we saw this during the Korea qualifiers. This guy's absolutely nuts, where he had, 10 kills in one round? On Miramar in Los Leones, just holding down that building, just nuts.
He was playing a little bit of Assassin's Creed here, a little bit of Spider-Man there. Afrika ran into him, and then they got destroyed, and yeah, that's what happened in the
VSG
qualifiers.
as well, if I remember correctly. Hello, other casters.
But this is our winner's prediction coming from other casters, where we're seeing a lot of Korean flags, a lot of Chinese flags. Japan actually picking up Chinese Taipei as well. So
wow. I think somebody's going for Team Curzon. So
Team Curzon.
I follow the Japanese region pretty closely, and I really enjoy their league. They have a really interesting format for their league. It's quite different, and they have a really rabid fan base in Japan. But one of the journalists there interviewed Team Curzon, so they picked up some traction in Japan. I think there's a lot of believers in Japan in Team Curzon. So that's my assumption on who they're picking there with that flag. But I think if you're going Korea, I don't think any of these teams is a bad pick. I'm not sure about VSG. Now, so those of you who, again, have been around in the competitive PUBG scene for a while know VSG, because there was a time when they were talked about as the best team in the world. They were winning a lot. They won PAI. They made it to the FACEIT Global Summit, did quite well there. But since then, they haven't made an international competition. They haven't qualified for one, I should say. They've been to some, but they haven't qualified for one. So this is the first time qualifying again. What lineup are we going to see? Are we going to see Star-Lord? Are we going to see Foxy? Although I think we might have had a roster change there, now that I think about it. We might have lost Foxy along the way, I think. Oh, no. He's there. He's still there. Okay. I know there's been we've already hit roster royale again in Korea, so I'm trying to keep track of everything. I know Danawa's made some moves, so but it's going to be interesting to see which lineup that VSG goes with. Star-Lord's your guy if you're talking about he's been there on the big stages, right? He's led that team to some good performances, but Foxy's kind of your hot hand. We'll see exactly what VSG has in store for us, but this team, I would say, probably most people's favorites. They're getting a lot of picks on the Pick'em Challenge.
We're going to be seeing a lot of Korean teams' faces, cameras, a lot of mouse cameras, the hand cams. Because, guys, we are piggybacking off of the Korean production once again. Thanks to the Africa boys out there. We don't have to go through all of those. We're just going to be taking the clean feeds away from them. But VSG, Foxy. We're seeing Foxy again. And that was a tendency continued from the Korean qualifiers for those of you who are tuning in. Star-Lord was taking a little bit of break, and Foxy was playing pretty good for a newcomer, so to speak.
Yeah, he's decently. He hasn't. We've seen him from time to time on VSG. We see him subbed in and out. To me, this is probably my team to watch for, that if you're not familiar with the Korea region, this is a very good team. Maknae was absolutely insane during the qualifiers. Lash is capable of popping off at any time. Kiravi and Kinch are great as well. This is my pick, Griffin. I really like this team if you guys don't know about them very much. Asura, down in the bottom left, he is your in-game leader. Two Heart and Meansung are your fraggers. Two Tap, your support player. Here is Entis. They've been struggling a little bit from time to time. When they can't drop where they want to, they are completely out of sorts. It's like on Miramar, we watch them just completely collapse. They used to be one of the best Miramar teams, not just in Korea, but in the world. And they struggled. They were crazy bad on Miramar because they weren't able to drop by Labadita.
So the problem I see that we all kind of see in Genji or in Entis is that if they lose drop locations or if they decide to pound the compound and if the compound is taken, it happens to be that they just lose full force and they just kind of go oh, we don't know what to do. And starting from there, they get picked off. We've seen Songjang getting picked off, Indigo getting picked off, Under dying out of nowhere, Kale just dropping like flies. So we can't really say it's somebody's fault, but it's more of the whole team as a whole, just kind of losing their driving force in a sense.
I think you're absolutely right. I mean, we saw tons of rotation issues, right? Where they would lose a member or two in transition.
Right.
So if you want to, you can translate this.
I can't hear anything. But that looks like mental, isn't it?
That's mental. That's definitely mental for VSG. Probably talking about how they were preparing for this. I mean, Mental and Wicked, again, two other players that have some big stage experience. Mental on that OPGG team that won the Face It Global Summit in 2019. So he has the pedigree to be a great player for a long time. Wicked's Detonator teams were constantly qualifying for stuff. So there's a lot of really good players. Hulk can pop off. We see him. Don't mess with Hulk in a shack. That guy knows how to play inside of those. You do not try to mess with him inside. We saw that as we get ready here for game number 1. PCS1 Asia is underway. The plane is in the air. And this one is a very nice plane path.
This is just going to be dividing the map into half. So the first circle, it could be dropping anywhere. But guys, the codes that you guys are asking in the chat, it will be shown in the middle of the game. The coupon codes will pop up in the top middle side of the screen. So just focus on the game, enjoy how the game's going, enjoy the players getting kills here and there. And then if the code pops up, rush to your client and just type in those codes and get the thing you want.
Trust me, have it open. All right, so yeah, be patient, everybody. We got those codes coming. Don't you worry. We'll let you know. So there you can see on the right-hand side the points per map for the Charity Showdown. So, of course, we have some new teams. Only 3 new teams here now that I think about it. I guess I hadn't really put that all together in my head. But you can see Tianba was great on Erangel. Curzon not too far behind them because Curzon was just nuts, especially on that first day. Most of those points actually came on the very first day. They had 2 wins. 2 wins on Erangel. And not huge kill numbers. Okay, so here we go. South George. Now, with this plane path, it was pretty far away from South George, so Tianba's going over there. It looks like VSG is going to be North George, their old kind of tried and true home. And now, look at this. This is quite fascinating, everybody. Genji is in Yasnaya.
Nice. That is something nasty. Entis gets to keep Pachinki for themselves, so Multi Power for now is fully open. The circle will be dropped right on top of Yasnaya. Just classic decent land circle. Not too much of water in there as well. Tiamba just farming up those compounds. And speaking of Team Curzon, like I want to point out, it's not in their kills that makes them great. It's their game mechanics, like how they manage to rotate and how they decide to do things. Like if they have to push onto a compound, they will. If it's not that great, like if there's not that many value created by pushing, then they will not push and they'll rather rotate around and things like that. So these little maneuvers they do is what really made Curzon pick up those 2 wins in Charity Showdown. What do you think, Clinton?
I'm right there with you. You said everything that I actually think about that team, more or less. You cover that really well, man. No, they're very patient. They remind me of Element Mystic from Korea in a lot of ways, where they're patient. They're not going to try to fight people early game. They're not super interested in third partying. They very rarely do it. Same with Element Mystic, not very often. And like you said, if they have to take a compound, they'll do it. But they're more interested in grabbing something safe early on and just making it work, holding down territory, playing defensively. That's their style more so than anything. I was looking at the new kind of stat thing they had here on the bottom where they give you an overall rating of the players, and I really think that's really cool. There you go. Pio is an overall 91.
91.
I mean, that's
better than my grades.
The only reason he's not higher is because of his survival, and this is the one fault of Pio. If you could pick out something in his game that because he's the scouter for Gen G, sometimes it doesn't go well for him. Sometimes he gets a little over aggressive. Now that being said, in the Korea qualifiers, I saw a much better scouting skill, and he's just testing his guns there. And okay, so we are, by the way, I think we're going to see some barrels here. We've been seeing him in the other regions. But to go back to Pio, this guy absolutely bananas.
Monster.
In the Korea qualifiers, dude, he was doing stuff that I have never seen. I mean, he knew how to pick off 1 kill and then just back off. It's like he learned a whole new level of strategy and discipline.
So this is the difference between Pio and us is when we play. I mean, let's see, we split up a bit, like going for like 2-2 splits for your friends. If I get left alone, I get very nervous and my hand starts shaking and I like sweat up a little bit. Pio, he's like on his like hammock, like he's taking a kill by himself. He's like 2 kilometers away from his main team, right? And then he picks up a kill. He goes back for a little. He goes in once again, picks up even more kills, and he's smiling once again. So I don't know what this guy has in his mind today. Maybe they could be going for a little bit of a change up for a little bit 2-2 split to be more passive. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing the classic 1-3 with Pio acting as a spear to push out further away. But yeah, the new statistics, it's called PEPS, actually, PUBG Esports player stats. So they decided to go with the new stats because the kills, ADR, and DBNOs, like all those stats couldn't necessarily depict how well a player does. So they decided to find more complicated and more integrated statistics to describe a player, basically.
I think it's really, really cool to have this because the more stats you have available, the more you can really pick apart the teams and talk about them and explain why they're doing and what's going on with them, why they're successful, why they're not successful. LYG, we'll see if they can pick it up. If they could pick it up on Erangel a little bit, I want to just mention this quickly. They are definitely going to be very scary, and they could be in it. But yeah, I like this idea of having more and more stats available to us. It never hurts, in my opinion. As long as the stats are relevant and usable, it's really, really good stuff. So this is, again, Tianba has South George. Now, I want to say this. Because of the playing path, I'm not convinced that this was Gen G giving this up. Now, Gen G did take Yaz, so that's unusual. I don't think I've ever, that I can really remember, see them drop Yaz very much, but I think Gen G can kind of go where they please.
Right. It's not even like it's rare to see Gen G. You never see Gen G going into Yaz. And I mean, with the circle now, like on top of Yaz, I think Gen G might be thinking about rotating out of the main Yaz and picking up maybe those police stations on the library side or the trash houses down south a little bit inside the middle of the field. Those compounds are easier to hold where Yasnaya, if a team just crashes in with cars, you can't really do much besides fighting them in close quarter combat. So I think they want to eliminate those risks. So we're going to be seeing Gen G rotating out for a little bit. Now we're seeing Rush B Gaming trading some bullets at 4 a.m. G9 taking a bunch of bullets. He has a bolt once again.
Yep. This guy is your designated bolter. He is really, really good with it. He's one of the few bolters we have here in this event. As far as I'm aware, I don't think we have any others. For those of you who pay a lot of attention to the Chinese region, we do not have Yu Ren here. He is, for my money, one of the best, if not the best bolter in the world. But his team did not qualify for this one. So, but G9 though, we saw him do some good stuff with the bolts. Rush B, not the greatest event for them last time. Looking to see if maybe they can pick it up just a little bit. And there's Lin Shun.
There's your code.
Who right now, oh, there's our first code. There you go, everybody, up top. Take it, get it in there. Only so many of those available. They run out. So you got to get in there, get your code entered.
Get the free skin.
Well, you get a coupon.
Free coupon, yeah.
I don't think you get a free skin. You get a free coupon for a potential skin if you can pick
the right team.
The right team, and I went with Griffin. Did you go for them, or are you going with Gen G? I can't remember now.
I actually went with infantry.
You went infantry, that's right. You went infantry.
Because long screw is just too great, and that scrim result was just putting up so much data. Now, VSG holding on to the 4 houses by the river. Tiamba trying to cross Wicked, not picking up any shots. Doesn't want to pick up any fights. He's going to be going into the Wizard Hut, rather. So now the full Tiamba squad is going to be rotating into the main side of the circle. Looks like their team is going to be sharing the 4 compounds outside of Severny. Or it could be the mountain houses. Looks like it's going to be the mountain houses. M200 on those buggy. Not the best vehicle you could pick, but I mean, you gotta take what you gotta take. If there's nothing else, you gotta go with the buggy. You gotta go with that motorcycle, the 3 Willy motorcycles too as well. Not the best, but
right. I mean, yeah. Sometimes you're just kind of stuck with it. You can see Hulk's got a buggy as well, but ideally you're taking as many vehicles as possible. It's the safest way to rotate. The more people you have in a car, the more dangerous it is. So Hulk looks like he's gonna stop up. He's just looking around a little bit. Gonna heal up at VSG, tanking just a little bit of blue. They thought about maybe kind of setting up something against Tianba, but maybe a little bit too late on that particular setup. We'll see G9 still overwatching 4AM. Still looking to see if he can get one of those precious headshots that you would so love to get. Really just put some damage into the utility of that other team. That's what you're really looking for there early on.
But now, with APK Prince not being in this lobby, I think the teams that will be tanking blue, I feel like is going to be Griffin. We see VSG doing that too. Of the Chinese teams, maybe 4AM. We've seen pretty long rotations with them, but it's mostly on Miramar. On Erangel, they quite enter the circle quite fast, so I don't think it's going to be the case.
Well, I tell you what, 4AM's got to be happy that Ghibli's not here.
Oh, yeah.
That means they have school and apartments once again to themselves. Yeah, so that's a little scarier if you're these other teams, because 4AM in their comfort zone. Those of you who watched the Charity Showdown, there was a Korean team called VRLU Ghibli, which just fell short of qualifying for this event. They were in the last event in the Charity Showdown, and they take school and apartments from 4AM because they absolutely bullied them out of it at another charity event match, a show match essentially, and so 4AM kind of had to leave that particular situation. Now we could have a battle coming up here between Tianba and is that Rush B over there now?
It's going to be All-Stars picking up a kill onto Rui, so that's going to be a Japanese team losing their member. All-Stars, let's talk about them for a little bit. In the Asian Charity Showdown, we kind of slept on them for a little bit because they really didn't put up any big shows. I mean, we've seen them pick up kills, but we didn't really see them taking wins here and there. So,
yeah, it wasn't All-Star's best event, that's for sure. And I think if they could go back in time and do things over, of course they would. But right now, we'll see what they got. We'll see if they can pick it up here. I think Carl was really good in that event. He was the one that I was constantly seeing in the kill feed and playing well. When I think back to All-Stars for the Charity Showdown. GEX, it was not their event either. They struggled mightily, but they continue to do well in their region, so they continue to qualify for these events. Look at this long DD. Great shooting there. It's going to finish off something from Curzon.
So now Curzon's going to suffer from a loss as well, and All-Stars with 2 good kills already, 11 minutes into the match. Pick up the first blood and the second blood. 2 good points in their hands, and now Long Team wants more blood, but little does he know, rest of Curzon has rotated out for now. We're going to be seeing the next circle pop in minute 11 seconds. GEX on the rotation, holding on to the edge. In front of them will be LYG, the top Miramar players from China. Global Esports Exet. Yanli will be suffering from a headshot from Crazy from afar. That's going to be Yanli down and dusted anytime soon. And now Crazy once more. He's going to be popping that bullet into Yanli. That's 1 kill point towards LYG. And now the rest of the members, they're just on the run, trying to use the hill as their advantage. And losing a member this early on, once again, is not the best thing to do.
Yeah, GEX was trying to get a little bit further up into the circle. The circle did shift pretty hard to the south of Yasnaya, as you guys saw. So, you know, GEX has a tough rotation ahead of them. LYG in a good position, and then even better shooting from Crazy on top of that to give themselves a point here as we get things going. Chai Wei, the best player. I think a lot of people think he's the best player in the Chinese Taipei region. He's definitely the best player on GEX, as he has been an ever-present member of that team and of their region here in competitive PUBG. VSG, like you mentioned, they're going to be tanking some blue. They are very comfortable to do this. They don't mind coming in late. VSG is really interesting because they like to set up traps.
Right.
Bench. They are a team that will not always, I'd say once or twice a day, they will set up a rotation trap very early on, circle, 1 or 2, and try to catch a team in rotation.
And apparently this time around, they are going to be the last ones to leave the blue. So that trap they were planning to catch any rotations into the white won't happen. Rush B Gaming now on the rotation. G9 taking a bunch of damage from 4AM. Now he has to park right outside the compound, and the rest of his teammates are joining in too. Dabg with that M4 in his hand now, but this is going to be barrel metal with the new patch. Long's forever now. He's just waiting inside the compound to peek out for the shots here.
Well, this is Rush B making a decision because they've been watching this compound for quite some time, but some good shots from Long are going to back them off just a little bit. Dab has to get behind there. Grenade coming in now. Will it connect? Not really. A little too far off on that one to get the full damage. Long's going to throw another grenade in here and a molly as well to keep that area clear. And now he's going to go potentially look out the other door. Rush B still trying to get in. G9 is down. And this is the decision from Rush B. If you're going to do this, you just got to go. You got to get in here and get it going because you did have a numbers advantage on 4AM, but that is now over.
Wayless now on the flank towards the side. Rush B Gaming now inside the compound won't be facing Wayless's fires just yet, but now they have to face off ZGG just waiting on the other side of the corner. The moment RBG kicks out, that's going to be Silver down, and now that just leaves Dabg, a sole member from Rush B Gaming, to hold on to this little container boxes, so to say.
Oh, this is going from bad to worse for Rush B. The grenades are coming through. Stuns are in. ZGG gets stunned himself. Here comes Wayless. He's coming in with his AK. Dab's over there. Dab's behind it. They know he's there. Long gets knocked. Is he going to get flushed? No. Dab gets taken down by ZGG. There is the finish. So Long is able to survive for now, and it is just Pow Pow left for Rush B Gaming. He got stuck over in the apartments. He got kind of pinched here by Tianba.
And now I don't see any vehicles around his compound, so he's that stuck. But lucky for him, the circle is going to be a center circle, and with this circle going on like this, we're seeing more circles centered out. Now Minsung picking up Crazy 112, going for more spray down, finds the second one to Carrot, and now he's down to 2 HP. He's going to heal up, but that's going to be matched to find 2-tap, and Migo onto Minsung. So all of a sudden, this is going to be a battle between these two crazy teams here.
Yeah, it's a 2-2 right now, I believe. Oh, LYG, excuse me. They have 3 down, so there's only 1 left. It's just Maps. Pushing hard is Griffin. They got to get Maps finished quickly so they can get back to their teammate. No, they don't know where he is, but finally he misses his spray. Griffin is going to take LYG Gaming down. Good start for Griffin, and unfortunately for LYG Gaming, this is how their Erangels have been. As we've seen from them, they just tend to be a Miramar team, and I will tell you what, Griffin in the hills is a very, very scary force to come into contact with.
And now VSG is climbing that Pachinki Mountain as well, and anytime now, Hulk should be joining forces with Griffin, trading bullets, and that's all on the possibility, but it's most likely going to happen. Griffin lost a member, 2-tap was flushed out, but they was able to take the res back onto Minsung. It's going to be 3 versus 4 if this does happen. Don't know which team will find the first opening here. If Griffin does pick out a knock first, that will be a great news for them, but looks like they will be spotting each other out, backing off from the action for now, this engagement happening.
I'm assuming VSG was watching that kill feed pretty closely And had they been able to get there a little bit sooner, I think they would have gone for that third party, but they aren't able to get in position in time due to their late rotation. So for now, they're going to just wait it out, get some more information before they make this push. I mean, if you're VSG, you're sitting here thinking, okay, we don't know if somebody else is trying to third party this fight. This is the one thing about when you're playing with Chinese teams around, they third party like crazy. So you got to be really careful. You have to really be very thorough with your reconnaissance to make sure you're not overstepping and your third party turns into you getting sandwiched or third party yourself.
That's third party on third party on third party. And now Pio wants to take bullets on towards L-Stars, landing 2 good bullets, taking them down. And looks like he's going to be having some support from Alka 5 from behind in case he has to back off. A couple smoke screen be popped out to clear his path to get into a vehicle. Pio will be rotating out as he is on the edge of the circle as the blue is moving in. Minute 50 seconds away until the next circle pops. 15 teams are still in the lobby with 50 members, so this won't be a crazy match just yet. GEX in the fight with CGX, and now Chai Wei taking a bunch of damage. Those nades are not going to connect. And now Leo's going to be wiped out by Iguto.
Oh no. Here goes the circle. Here goes the members of Crest Gaming. Xanadu looking to get the flush. I think that should be a finish. Yes, Rio finally able to control that spray enough with his M4 onto Renba, taking him down. You can see infantry getting involved into Quadro's backside as well. So Quadro looked to the third party this, and like I mentioned earlier, Chinese teams, they'll get on your backside really fast. Now it looks like infantry is going to position themselves to get closer to the circle, set up their entrapment there. Yacha trying to get some members of Crest Gaming in transition themselves. Now, we'll see if Eguto, if he can get through here. It looks like he's able to deftly maneuver through this and get his motorcycle ahead.
He was desperate to go in, but his teammate wasn't that desperate. Looks like Rio will be picked off. In the meantime, Genji taking the res back onto Pio. All-Stars setting up a nice little trap against Curzon. Bunch of kills happening. Genji losing a member. CGX Rio coming out of the game as well. And Nonix with the spray down with the barrel. He lands that last bullet onto Carl, and that's going to be All-Stars losing yet another member. Molly put right out in front of him. He's going to back off a bit. Long DD on the push. He's going to flank a couple bullets, but Loki from the side will punish him for that.
Yeah, Loki, one of the best flankers in the game, showing you why. Comes up there, helping his teammate out. Now, Anonix is down, but not out. Pio and Loki looking to see if they can get through here. A good grenade from Pio is going to get some members of L-Stars. They are down to just Monsters, who is in the blue. Now his location is revealed. Loki finishes him off, and Genji wins the fight against Luminous Stars Gaming.
And will they be able to take the res back onto Anonix? He's out in the blue, so that's just impossible. But we shouldn't be sleeping on Genji. Pio is still alive, and we know what he can do if they're... That's basically because he's the in-game leader. More and more member dies, he can play more freely. And now Two Heart trying to find some kills of his own. Mental goes down, and now rest of VSG trying to fight back. Two Hearts will be taking a bunch of bullets, but none of them will land, actually. Luckily, he's going to be able to position himself back onto the rock.
He had no idea he was getting shot at.
Yeah, I know, right?
He's like, I don't know where this is coming from.
Well, it was unfortunate for VSG losing a member, but both of these teams are still outside the circle. They're going to have to move back into the white as the blue is zoning right behind them. Hulk will find a decent angle from the behind, but you got to be accurate. Come on, Hulk. Lands 3 good bullets, but Sura will be able to survive with just a sliver of health left in his backpack. And now that just reveals Hulk's position. He's going to have to back up, and yes, he does. He has a nade popped out, but 2 are from the behind will knock down Hulk, and now VSG all rattling apart.
Yeah, the sneakiness of Two Heart, very nice there. Playing off the sound cues he got from Hulk. He's going to get up just enough over that hill to finish it. Wicked throws a grenade. Wicked is prone. Wicked's in trouble. Two Heart's going to find the headshot easy when the target isn't moving. Foxy trying to hold it down, but it's going to be Asura finishing the job. VSG goes out in 10th place.
Griffin and Infantry on those kill rates, 8 and 6. Genji on the rotation. Loki will be knocked out by Maknae. EM pretty accurate with those lead shots, and now Pio just half HP and half HP on the vehicle as well. He's rotating in, but infantry's right in front of him. He's going to have to get off anytime soon. Boliang with the spray down, and that's going to be Genji eliminated at 9th place. Boliang from infantry picking up another kill point and putting up that kill point back towards 8. Just 1 away from Griffin, and now all 4 members alive for infantry. My pick is quite accurate, I feel like, this time around.
Yeah, dude, no kidding. 8 kills already for them in this one. Lin Shun showing you why he is rated a 95. Gonna take Pow Pow out of his vehicle and out of the match. 2 kills here for Tianbo, looking to see if they can rebound from some disappointing performances in their region since the Charity Showdown. Longsker is going to pull up on ahead in his Dacia Bolian, coming in behind, but Lash has spotted him out just enough to get a little bit of damage in there. Nothing significant, just clipped him. Lin Shun looking over towards 4AM now. That battle, there's a couple hundred meters between them, so I don't expect it to quite pop off just yet, but Tianba's got to be careful because up on top of that hill is Entis.
And Griffin landing a couple bullets into Lin Shun as well. But for Element Mystic, we shouldn't be sleeping on them too. Maknae is alive. Maknae is alive for him, and we've seen him pick up 4 kills in Erangel in the Charity Showdown by himself. I don't know how he did it, but he is capable of doing it, and we're going to be seeing the next circle pop in 2-3 seconds. Depending on where it goes, a lot of teams will be smiling, a lot of teams will be crying. Entis will be the smiling one this time around. The rest of the team will have to rotate in except Infantry, and now Infantry wants to hold off EM from rotating in. They're going to be pushing down the hill for a little bit, find a better angle. Lash will be taking that nade. It's going to be Maknae knocked out from the nade. Second nade coming through. Lash will be taken down to super low HP. Third one as well. That's going to be a flashbang of more flashbangs. And Longsker, he just wants to take those kills. He's going to be dishing out those nades like nothing. Finish off Flash and Maknae done. And that's going to be Element Mystic out from this game.
Great use of the throwables there by Longsker, using the stuns to keep Element Mystic pinned, finishing the job once he was confident that he had the right distance and angle on top of them. This is why this guy is scary. This is why he is the best player in China. He is absolutely nuts. And trust me, guys, he can get it done with his guns as well. It's not just the throwables for him. Now, 4AM has suffered a couple losses. ZGG and Forever are down. So it's up to Wayless and Long. And once again, if you guys aren't too sure who this Long guy is, he is a young player. Just became 18, so he's old enough to play very recently for 4AM, and he is thought to be a rising superstar in China.
Indeed, indeed. But for Tianba and Infantry, they all have 4 members and 3 members, and towards the final circle, they're gonna have to fight each other. And these new rising stars, they're gonna have to really put their skills to the test, so to speak. But now, phase 6 coming to phase 7. Lin Shun will spot out 4AM on the rotation, and that will be a disastrous moment for 4AM as Wayless will be put down to a super low HP. They will find the tree to work with, but Lin Shun has all the angles he can walk around. He will find the head back onto Long, and that's going to be 4AM losing a member for now. Possible res, but this blue is zoning in. He's gonna have to pick him back up, heal up, and run. Nope. That's not gonna happen.
No, they're gonna try, but I'm pretty sure Long isn't gonna be able to get in time. We're in phase 6, so there's no way.
Oh,
I mean, Wayless is just not gonna be able to get his first aid off either. So 4AM doesn't want to give up the points to Tianba. No one wants to see them win again. They won the last one, so you definitely want to keep points out of Tianba's hands. We've seen how devastating they can be when they're given the ability. Now let's look over here. It's Element 36, not to be confused with Element Mystic. Why we have 2 Element teams in here, I don't know, Bench, but that's the hand we have been dealt. Still 4 members along. I haven't really seen much from them. This is going to be the first big test for them here on an international stage.
They have good amount of members alive for themselves as well, and Element Mystic is out, and now their chance to shine their element in their name. And the next circle, where is it going to land? Entis is in the dead center, so I'm pretty sure Entis will be part of it. And there we go. And Infantry can control the southern part of the circle, and Griffin has to walk right through that. Tianba can control the northern side of the circle. But it looks like they're going to have to hold off Element 36 before they can do that.
We'll see. I mean, Element 36 does have 1 kill. Now, Satao, you know this guy a little bit. Satao, I think Satao would be how we pronounce that one. This guy, you see him from time to time out on the international stages. Element 36, we'll see what they can do here. They got to go uphill. The circle continues to favor Entis. Infantry still 4 strong, though, and that's scary. I don't care who you are. Right now, they are absolutely on fire. 12 points at least for them in the bag so far on this one, as we do have the point tracker over on the left that does keep track of ranking points. So if you're in this, you're considered to at least have this many points on top of it. If you're kind of wondering, maybe the kills don't match that on the left, that's because it is able to keep track of the rank points as well. Now the fight's going to kick off here between Tianba and Element 36. Some grenades coming out, not really doing much. Tianba's trying to load it up, but no, Zatao's going to get him with the mini. Lorena is going to get him, though, in exchange. It's a 1-for-1 so far, but you got to remember, Element 36 does have the man advantage.
And they have the man advantage, and at the same time, the circle is zoning from behind. Sophia will finish off Tian, and now Tiamba down to 2 members. And at this point, with the circle right by their toe, they're going to have to rotate in. And Lorena with those nades is going to knock out Sophia. And now that man advantage isn't there for Element 36 anymore. Now they are on the rotation into the circle as well. Entus, they might be picking up a fight here. They're trying to hold on to the compound as Griffin is also moving in. Linshin will find a decent angle. Lands a couple bullets. Will work with the tree. Peek out once again. Find the headshot onto Amnoth. And that's going to be Element 36 with 1 member left. And that's going to be the end of Element 36 anytime soon with Pure Boy as the last member alive.
Yeah, Pure Boy's trying to do everything he can to get through here. More utility being put into his face, but he's moving up along the side, trying to come up on the smoke. He's going to prone down 4 now. I think he's just going to try to wait this one out, see if he can get some more placement points for his team. Now, finally, everyone's getting funneled into Entus. As you can see, there's about 4 or 5 different teams that are looking to get in here. Griffin's up front. Minsung's going to be knocked for Griffin. So Asura's looking to see if he can find an angle to get on over there. But Lin Shun pouring some fire down into that smoke, trying to prevent it.
In the meantime, Kale took a bunch of damage from the molly, but he will be able to heal it back up. Minsung won't be finished here, flushed out. And that's going to be Infantry taking another kill. 13 kill points with 4 still strong. I am scared of these guys over here.
If you've watched any of Infantry play before, you should always be scared of them. They are absolutely nuts. Indigo's going to find 2 hearts. So Griffin finding the most struggles, trying to get through up to the middle of this circle into the compound. They were already down to 3, but they have a lot of kills in the bag. You can see there, 12 points at least for them in this round. So a good start for Griffin, a great start for Infantry. Tianba having a good session for themselves as well. Entus being the benefactors of the circle movement so far. And Asura is just trying to wait this one out, but I don't imagine that Tianba is really keen to let him survive. Nope. It's going to be Lorena who finishes him. Indigo already at 2 heart knocked, so Griffin out in 5th place.
4 teams left in the lobby here. Infantry 4 strong, Entus 3 strong. So it really depends on how many members of Infantry will survive as they move into the center circle against Element 36 and Tiamba. And now Pure Boy will be down and dusted. Element 36 out at 4th place. Infantry picking up another kill point. And that leaves Tiamba versus Entus versus Infantry. 4 versus 3 versus 2. And Infantry, they have the full circle to work with at this point.
This is just basically their game at this point. I mean, Entus has gotten a lot of benefit, but now at this point they have to kind of move. Their Infantry has the entire center of the circle pretty well covered right now. You can see they're spread out all along it. Of course, after the Phase 8 circle, we go right into the middle of it. Now, Lorena did get up on top of this house, so he's going to have a good position once Infantry is forced over that hill to put some good damage into them, potentially.
But Tiamba wants to have some chances for themselves too, so I don't know if he will pick out from that ceiling anytime soon. Linshan won't be the pusher here. He will find the tree, and he's going to prone down to find the spot here. Infantry as well, sending Longscare out a little bit more forward. Entus, they are all stuck in the house. They are putting out some smokes to get outside, but I don't know if that's going to be possible as the blue is zoning right behind them. And now Lorena has to get out from the ceiling as well. And Entus could be caught off by Lorena here. This is a great position by Lorena.
He's doing it methodically, and Entus is going to have to start moving here very, very soon. Indigo very wisely being aware of the situation, takes a peek out there, saw him, tries to put the spray down. That should be good enough. Indeed it is. Lorena's going to go down. Very good play there by Indigo. Very heads up. His senses were tingling. He knew somebody could be there. Lin Shun now taking some damage from under. Let's keep our eyes on that guy. Under is the close range expert for Entus. Does he have some theatrics in store here to overcome what is an odd man situation right now? But no, bullying's into the side of Entus. Under's going to be the one to turn on him and get the knock. That is a huge start to this. Kale's going down. The fight is popping off.
One member of Tiamba, he's waiting for his chance to peek out and take those kill points into his backpack. Linshin will spot out a play from Infantry. That's going to be Longscare down. 9 will finish off Indigo, and that will leave 1 versus 2 versus 1 and Under. What can he do too? He's going to finish off bullying, take that kill point back into his hand, and Under's going to be down and dusted. That's going to be Linshin. He's going to find another knockout to Jiao Yang. 1 versus 1. Those spray downs going to happen. That's going to be Linshin finishing off the game with that 1 versus 3 clutch. Get 3 coffins ready. No, 4 coffins ready for Tiamba.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Look out, world. Tianba Gaming looking to repeat what they did at the Charity Showdown, coming out here with the big guns, taking game number 1. That was a crazy finish there. Unbelievable with that 1v1. Just able to control his spray a little bit better and get the prone member of infantry.
The other member of infantry had full health, and Lin Shun was down to half HP as he was going through all those firefights. And in some way, somehow, he pulled off some Clint Eastwood and he killed all three. So I think Tiamba deserves that win there.
There's a reason he's rated 95, folks. He is nutty. Absolutely deserved it. Very well played, very patient. Good job working the side of the circle there. Getting on the flank of infantry. Infantry was completely focused on Entus, as you would expect, because that's the team. They know where all three members of Entus are. They got to take them out. Lin Shun with some very good patient play, utilizing the smoke cover he had very well. So some very good smokes. I'm assuming he's the one who placed those. We didn't get to see, but that's my guess. Great job by Entus there at the end. They had a real shot. They did all the right things, but at the end of the day, Lin Shun is just a little bit too good for everybody else in that circle.
Now we get to see the highlight here, highlight reel from Team Quadro, Yo picking up a kill. But infantry was just so good to react to this as well.
This was a little bit of a rough start for Quadro, but don't count them out yet, guys. They are a very, very strong team. VSG got bullied by Griffin. Griffin having a great start to this, doing what they do best, bench, getting a lot of kills in the early game. Or I wouldn't say early game, maybe mid game is more apt to say there. So this is long skirt, just unbelievable stuff here. These stuns keep Element Mystics player Lash completely pinned. He can't go anywhere, and then he's going to finish it up with the frags. And here's Lin Shun, the hero for game number 1.
Lin Shun was, as you've mentioned, he was playing with the smoke very brilliantly, and at the same time, I think some of the liabilities are on infantry side as well. They were still looking towards where Entus was holding on to, although Under was down and dusted. I think they maybe were not paying too much attention on their backs, and Lin Shun had a chance because of that. Not saying Lin Shun was lucked out, but Lin Shun had the skill set to make this happen right here.
It's just crazy stuff from him. I mean, absolutely well done there in the positioning and the shooting. Now, infantry does still come out ahead by 1 point because they killed 14 different players in that round. Tianba right behind them with 19, and then Griffin's going to be your third place team with 12 because of the 9 big kills they had as well.
14 kills, what are we looking at? That's 1/5 of the lobby right there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you said it before, infantry has been absolutely clobbering people in the scrims this week, and it's carrying over into their games, and you'll see that a lot of times in the scrims. If a team is doing really well, it tends to kind of work its way into their games that particular week. Some other notables in here, OG and Entus got a lot of circle love, but do pick up some good kills and some good maneuvering at the end. L-Stars with 6 kills. So, even though they got dusted out early, they still got enough points that I'd say that's a very respectable round.
VSG sitting at 0 points, and Gen G at 4 points, but we are safe to say they could be a slow starter here, but you never know. Coming to game 2 or coming to a different map of Miramar, you never know what's going to happen.
All right, we got to take a break, guys. Stick around. The PCS 1. We'll be back shortly.
Get excited, PUBG Esports fans, because the Pick'em Challenge is back again, and just in time for the PUBG Continental Series 1, the 2020 PUBG Esports tournament to crown the grand champions of each region. First introduced during last year's PUBG Global Championship, the Pick'em Challenge rewards players with exclusive items for correctly guessing which teams will win. The Pick'em Challenge has changed a bit since last year, so here's a quick breakdown of the event. You'll find the Pick'em Challenge in the updated Esports tab, along with PCS1 player info, team stats, and real-time tournament information. Our 2 Pick'em Challenge games are in each region's tab, where you'll have a chance to predict the winning team or the better result between rival teams. Predicting the winning team is the Pick'em Challenge's main game, where you use your voting coupons to guess the grand champion of each region. You can earn a total of 6 of these coupons by purchasing celebratory items for PCS1. You'll also be able to earn one for free by watching the tournament. Each region where you successfully guess the grand champion will net you 100,000 esports points, which is enough to buy a good chunk of the PCS1 items in the esports shop. The second game, and Pick'em Challenge Newcomer, is open for everyone to play, regardless of how many voting coupons you have. For this game, we'll pit 2 rival teams against each other for you to vote on. Earn your points by successfully predicting which of the rival teams in each region ranks higher. You'll get 2,000 points for each team you successfully predict, so use that to supplement your upcoming big win,
or start saving for the PCS1 items you want the most. The PCS1 Pick'em Challenge will run from June 17th to July 2nd for PC fans, and from June 23rd to July 2nd for fans on console, with the special PCS1 items available in the Esports shop from July 7th to July 22nd. All esports teams participating in the tournament, including from APAC, Asia, Europe, and North America, can be voted on, and the more you play the Pick'em Challenge, the more chances you have to collect exclusive PUBG Continental Series 1 rewards. Keep an eye out for the final tournament schedule, and we'll see you and your favorite PUBG Pro teams on the battlegrounds.
And welcome back, everybody, to the PUBG Continental Series 1 Asia event. Game number 1 is in the books, and despite the fact that maybe we weren't so confident that Tianba would do well here, they come through and pick up the win. They didn't get the most points out of the first game. That would be Infantry Gaming, but China coming out strong here. It looked good for Korea early on in that one bench. They were picking up a lot of kills, winning a lot of fights. But then at the end of the game, the couple of these powerhouses from China are just too resilient, too strong. They come through and they take this one.
Korea, I would say Korea fought each other off. Genji was fighting on a Mystic for a little bit, and then Griffin was fighting against VSG for a little bit. And in the end, all these collateral damage kind of gathered together, and we thought Griffin had a pretty good chance, but towards the final circle, there was only 2 members left, and 2 versus 4, 2 versus 3 is not easy. Not easy. And apparently, if they had like 2 Tab alive, or if they had Minsung alive, the stories could have been different, but that's the result we have.
Yeah, they were in a bad position, was Griffin. They were stuck between a couple different teams, and Tianba and Infantry are not 2 teams that you're real interested in being stuck between, unfortunately for them. Now, they did still have a great round, of course. Griffin was 3rd place in terms of total points in that one, so hats off to them. They actually played very, very well, despite the ending maybe not going the way they would like. Overall, though, I mean, Lin Shun, what can you say? He's crazy. Him and Tian, they're nuts. I mean, Luren, nuts too. The whole team, incredible for Tianba. They seem to just find ways on these big stages to perform recently, because like we were mentioning, in China, they've been struggling in some of these kind of not official, PUBG League tournaments, but other sponsored events, other sanctioned events that are happening. They really, in fact, one of them, they got dead last. I mean, they got dead last in one of them out of 16 teams. That was surprising to me, but who knows? You never know. I mean, you come through in these big stages, and some people just, for whatever reason, perform better.
And that's the case of Tianba for sure. Indeed, you've mentioned this. They weren't performing that great in those tournaments in China, like Huya tournaments and so on force. But also in the scrims, Tianba was ranked out maybe like below 10th, so to speak. So we weren't having that much expectation coming for Tianba, but that's the first game we have. And we can't even blame it on luck, because the circle was very even. The first plane path was very even. It was like 50, like dividing the map into half right away. So that just means Tianba had the skill set to make this happen. And I don't know, like maybe Tianba's the team that just doesn't that great in regional tournaments, and they just pop out in these global tournaments.
I mean, and Tianba wasn't in a great position midway through the game. I would say it was okay. It wasn't great. They were on the edge. I want to say around circle 3 or 4, and they were kind of hanging out over on the western edge, over by the school, by the apartments. and then they come out of there, which is not always easy. Now, they are able to come up that mountain at least, so they were a little lucky in that sense that the circle went south, because if that circle goes to the east, it's much, much more difficult for them. But it goes south, so they're able to use that hill that's just to the south of the apartments, work their way from there. Infantry as well, always on the edge, just taking fights, not over-aggressing on anything. They're really, really just so strong, so disciplined. I tell you what, if these guys are on, they're just as good as anybody else in the world.
14 kills on infantry just means that they play just that well, and most of those kills were picking off players on the rotation, picking off players rotating into the circle, picking off players on the middle of a vehicle. Like, that requires a lot of shot skills, like shooting skills to land those bullets in the moving vehicle, and at the same time fighting a team that's trying to get inside a circle desperate. And what happens is when you have the desperation, you shoot better, and to capitalize off of those desperation, you have to shoot better than that desperation. And that's what Bo Liang did. Like, this time around, Longsker only had like 2 or 3 kills. Bo Liang had 5-6 kills himself. So,
yeah, I mean, everybody on this team, we talk about Longsker a lot, but there's the whole team is quite good. So moving over to the next game, like you said, we had a very fair circle in that one. We had a very fair plane path. So for as far as like things you can say, well, this team got, other than Entis, I don't think anybody was really gifted much in that one. So from there, just really good job by both of these teams overall. But going forward, what are we going to see? I tell you what, watching APAC, watching North America, we saw a ton of crazy circles that were all over the place. I mean, hard shifting everywhere, just bad starts with a lot of water in it, and a lot of Western circles in North America, which this morning Korea time was when I was watching that. So what are we going to see here? We've seen a lot of, I think it's kind of fun because we see crazy stuff now with the way these circles move and operate. It seems to be a little more chaotic for whatever reason.
I mean, you're renowned with those coffee circles that you summon, and for me, whenever I have my sandwich, I don't know what happens, but we always see those Mole Basis circles. We always see those Zarki circles, and all of a sudden we see like a 50-50 circle with like 30% of it being water, things like that. Bunch of crazy circles. We're expecting that to happen too. We're hoping that it happens. Makes the gameplay a lot more diverse, so to say.
Absolutely. I mean, it is fun as a viewer. As a player, you absolutely loathe it. You like circles and plane paths like that last game, where everything's kind of nothing insane. Everyone's kind of given pretty equal opportunity. It's all about the timing, where you get to your positions, you take your marks, where are you landing your shots and that kind of thing. Quadro, not the best start for them, but don't count these boys out. They've been playing very well, especially in the scrims recently, as Bench mentioned earlier. And these guys as well, you never know with EM. They're so consistent. They might just kind of creep up on you and have a great day out of nowhere.
Entis, a little bit of meme in their name. It's Entis Force, but we always call them Entis Fourth because they always land in fourth. Their PSS Season 2 was fourth. PKL number 1 was fourth. FGS was fourth. And PGC was fourth. And PCS Korean Qualifier, they landed in fourth. So it's like, if you guys follow those StarCraft 1 days, Yellow, right? Hongjino?
Yeah.
He's renowned for landing second in every single tournament. And now for Entis, I think they're following the track of going fourth with their name. So,
yes, Entis, they're so good, but yeah, they just seem to never be able to quite take that next step, that next leap that they need to. And it's always been one map or another that's been a problem for them. For a while, it was kind of Erangel, despite being the ones that got Pachinki. Eventually, when they were coming to international events, they were getting bumped out of Pachinki.
Right.
On Miramar, they were playing great because they had their spot. In the Korea qualifiers this year for this event, they got bumped out of La Bandita, and then they looked completely lost. They were dropping on the northeast part of the map, no idea where to go, no idea what to do. So you can see here some Team Quadro members giving us a little bit of their opinions on what's going on. As again, guys, we are piggybacking off the Korea feed for this, so we're going to get a little bit more Korea bias in this, but don't worry, we'll talk about plenty of these other teams as well as we are getting ready to take off here for game number 2 on Erangel. We got 4 more games to go, including this one, guys, so stay tuned. More codes are on the way, don't worry. They are coming. We'll make sure we point that out when they get here.
Codes will be shown in the middle of the screen anytime in the middle of the game. A lot of Korean guys are asking, should I make an announcement in Korean or should I just let it pass?
Whatever you want to do.
코드는 게임 중간에 뜨니까 그 너무 막 달라고 하시면은 또 이제 막 안 줄 수도 있어요. 여기 막 관리자분들이 안 줄 수도 있어가지고 천천히 보시면 될 것 같아요. Yeah, that's about it. And but the first plane path, guys, this is gonna be a one heck of a crooked plane path.
Yeah, this one's not as nice. This particular plane path, we're way over to the west and we're hard south. So how many teams are going to drop on the military base is a big question going through my mind with a plane path like this, because it gets into players' heads. Whenever this plane path has a decent amount of Sosnovka Island in it, teams think to themselves, well, there's a pretty good chance this one's going to go down here. And in general, you're talking around about a 17% chance that any circle will end up on the military base island. So you never know. It looks like, again, Tianba still has South George, and I see Gen.G making their way towards Mill to Power.
Once again, Gen.G thought out, it's not going to be value. It's not going to create any values fighting against Tianba. Maybe they can pick up 4 kills, and there you go. That's 4 points, but they're going to lose members as well. And going into these global tournaments like this, it's not great to lose members early on, so they're going to decide to go towards Milta Power, and looks like they're going to be shooting away from Milta Power, going towards Novo, as Novo is going to be completely empty in the first circle, being a complete 50-50. This could go anywhere, and I think we've just made that caster jinx early on.
Well, this is one of these circles that you just never know. I'd say there's a little bit more landmass on the north side, but not a ton. And there you can see, okay, they're actually completely turning around. They're full sending it back to Novo. And I think this is very smart because it's not a terrible rotation either way. If this goes north, they can grab a boat. You can see there's plenty of boats over here, even though they're getting shot at. Should be fine, barring something absolutely insane from Renba from literally a mile away. I think they're okay. But I wonder if somebody from Quadro's going to try to come down and take advantage of this. They're watching it from quite a way. They have all the information, and I saw this on the map. Yowook full on crossing over the bridge. Now, is he going to go mess with Gen.G? I assume this is just making sure they control the bridge on both sides.
So by sending Yowook off early on, control the compound by the bridge, they can confirm whichever way they want to go, where the circle lands, whichever side the circle lands, they can control the bridge and they can cross easily. And I think that's the reason why Renba was putting the shots on the right side of the Gen.G players shooting away, so they don't land towards the right side of the compounds out there. And that allows Yowook a little bit more room to work with. Again, looking over towards infantry, Longsker, our star player. He has 78 points just because he has 48 survival rate. The rest of, besides that, everything else, he's got 84 firepower, 92 team play, 87 finishing, 92 combat. And I would say if you have anywhere above 90 for combat scores, you are one good fighter.
Yeah, you're nuts. You're absolutely nuts. And again, those stats are from the Charity Showdown, folks. So if you're thinking to yourself, wow, I would think the potential for Longsker is higher, I would agree with you. However, we're just taking some of that data from the previous event, and he didn't play. And let's keep this in mind. He didn't play in every game for infantry. He was benched a little bit due to some issues going on with the team for a little while, and he came back, and now he's back full time here for infantry as they are looking to continue their successful start. And they're just picking up some guns, and then I'm really curious. So infantry is your ferry pier, like lighthouse bridge area. I'm curious what they're going to do. And there is the M249. You see from time to time players pick it up. You don't see it a lot. It's good in the early to mid game because you have a huge clip. You could do a lot of damage to vehicles with it. But later in the game, it's not as precise as some of the other weapons. So you see a lot of teams kind of favor. Maybe one player will pick it up, but usually that's about all you'll see.
Right. And this is a new patch too, so we got to think in that mind as well. We see a lot more tendency from players picking up M249 because M4 has been nerfed quite bad. I mean, if you have a barrel, might as well as pick up on M249 as well. A little bit more firepower, not just a little bit more, like a whole bunch more firepower. I think Entis almost flipped their vehicle, but he's going to be fine. 100 bullets, and he's going to pop that tire to not let anyone else use that mental, being a little bit cheeky here, picking up the motorcycle, but driving those motorcycle in the terrain in the first-person view. I don't know how great that is. You always get those motion sickness from that. So
I tell you what, yeah, sometimes playing PUBG in first person, when you're driving around, it gets a little bumpy. The terrain in these maps is definitely at times not the most level as you would expect. And, you know, that's not a bad idea here for Mental, of course, because there is at least one more team he knows for sure, and that's Element Mystic, who drops Severny. So he knows that potentially they're going to be coming from behind him, and he doesn't want them to have that nice Dacia to utilize. Infantry is going to set up a bridge camp, it looks like. So
nice.
I know you love these, Bench, and I do too, as this is a hard bridge camp. They are entrenching themselves here, it looks like.
And the thing with the left turn bridge here is the right-hand bridge, you can kind of, you know, get off in the middle. There's a little bit more trucks and buses, like broken down things that you can work with to cover yourself and hopefully pop a couple smokes, drop into the water. But the left side bridge is pretty short. It's pretty short in terms of length. And if you get picked off right in the middle, there is not much you can do but hope that you can land yourself in the water. We're going to be seeing Griffin picking up those boats from Primorsk, rotating into the southern part of the island. But if the circle does shift up north, Griffin's going to have one hard day rotating back into the mainland here.
I hope they brought a lot of gas. That's all I got to say. If this one goes back up north, I hope they have... if this goes back north, they're going to need at least one more gas can, depending on how much gas was in that boat to
I'd say
begin
2.
with. Probably 2 is what most likely they need, unless they lucked out and got a full gassed-up boat already. Then maybe they can get away with 1, but it's going to be close either way. VSG just coming in late. They're a late rotating team typically, although they've got Curzon coming in behind them. Foxy's already here. I'm assuming something saw this. Finally, he sees. You can see he veers off. Foxy gets some damage. Isn't able to get that knock, though. The barrel being favored by a lot of players right now, but it is still a little tricky. It's a pretty bouncy gun there. Something just trying to get out of here.
60 damage done to him. If any of that was a headshot, he would have been down, as that was a barrel. Foxy had long skirt. Is going to be even more cheeky, finding himself in the middle of the bridge, climbing up that little steel there. And now whoever passes under him, he's gonna spray those bullets like nothing.
I love this. This is just classic Longsker right here. This guy will do stuff that is unorthodox, and this is a quintessential example of it. I love this from Longsker. Who is going to be the first victim to be either forced to come over this bridge or just give it a go? Just, you know, you see teams from time to time just blind send it, but I can already see on the minimap that a lot of teams are getting piled up on the other side of this bridge. And I think part of the reason is that somebody from, I believe it's GEX, scouted out the infantry hold.
So for a trap like that, Longsker should be the very, very last person to start opening up, because if he gets picked out, like he's very exposed to different angles, and if somebody finds him on top of the bridge, he's knocked out for sure, 200%. I'm not even talking like 50, 90%. He's down for sure. And now Tiamba will be finding themselves the compound to park down for a little bit, spotting out 4 a.m. on the rotation as well, rotating towards the edge of the blue circle as well. Lin Shun, this guy, made the game for Tiamba, match number 1. He's not going to open up as 4 a.m. decides to go into the blue, rotate out a little further away, and take the little safer route here. CGX, Crest Gaming, Xanadu will find themselves the compound at the side of the beach to work with. I don't know if that's going to be part of the next circle, as it's going to be on the edge as well. Genji looking down on towards Quadro. Yowok has 2 worst guns in the game, I would say. he had a Vector and the MK.
Oh boy, hold the phone. Yes, those guns are not ideal. Hold the phone. This is nasty. Now this one's probably going north, but good lord, these are not pleasant circles. So much of the river in there. Some long distance bolt shots. That's the new Mawson. More or less just a skin. P.O. gonna get Renba. Wow, Renba dies from the falling here. Now P.O. looking to get another one with the SLR. He gets the headshot. How? How does he find those angles? The guy is just nuts. Over to Element 36 from Japan, squaring off against Rush B Gaming. Rush B went out early to 4 a.m. in that last one. Some damage being done to Silver. Still 56 left here. Sylphia trying to find an angle on the side, but Dab is going to be waiting with open arms for him.
PUBG will find the opening onto Sophia, tossing out those nades to stop them from coming in. Pureboy will find Silver waiting outside the compound. That will be a one-on-one trade. None of them flushed out just yet, but the nade is so close. Sato almost being knocked out with 6 HP left in his hand. G9 holding outside the doors. He's peeking inside, but VSG wants to third party into this. Pureboy landing a little bit more bullets. G9 scouting into the compound. Does he spot out any players? Aminot will be spotted up by Quadro. He's going to have to push in, find that shack to work with. Luckily, nobody's inside there. Pow Pow, though. He's going to land a couple more bullets. Aminot finishing off PUBG.
Yeah, so once again, early on in the game, Rush B is taking fights, trying to brute force their way into a compound, and they're having more success this go-around, but E36 still has Aminot alive. He's trying to get some grenades in there. Sophia is still knocked, still bleeding, hasn't been finished just yet. Pow Pow hasn't been able to get around the corner enough. There's too many vehicles in the way, and now G9 waiting with that bolt as he is wont to do, but the grenades might be coming through here now. You're going to get the door open. You're going to get grenades in there, but it's going to be D-Lax who actually finds Aminot. He had snuck his way out, and that is going to be Element 36 as our first team eliminated in game number 2.
Aminot had nowhere to go. Nades bouncing in, even though he had smokes in front of him. Quadro, I think, had a sliver of angle at the edge of the smoke, at the edge of the smoke, so to speak, and found the kill on there. Genji now on the late rotation, and they're going to be working with those bus stations and the little ditches by the side of the cliff there.
Not ideal, but they were able to control the bridge well enough to get to the other side as this circle most likely going to make its way north. The good thing is if the crazy happens, if we get ourselves an absolutely insane situation where the circle shifts south again, which shouldn't happen, but it could, Genji is in a fantastic position if that does happen. They control this bridge. So it's not a likely thing. It's a very unlikely thing, but at least they're there. And coming out of here, there's nobody really super trying to hard camp them just yet, but it is really tough to come out from that side of the bridge. It is pretty flat and exposed, and that's why they're forced to the right-hand side of it.
I think you had enough coffee to channel that southern shift once again, making this into 50-50, making everyone's day worse. Well, if that happens, I don't know, man. This is going to be a disaster moment, as most of the teams except Griffin is going to be on the northern edge of the circle.
Yeah, everybody's kind of taken the odds that most likely this one's going to go north. We're going to find out GEX, in fact, is going way up north. Griffin has to eat a bunch of blue, and yes, indeed, we are going to end up on the other side of this. This one pretty much now guaranteed, but it could be pretty close to those beaches where this one finishes. We'll have to see exactly where this ends up. Now Genji is able to control the eastern portion of all of this. A lot of teams going to be making some rotations, but a lot of compounds actually in this area of the circle on the southern coast. So a lot of teams already kind of set up and just going to be kind of camping this one out for a bit.
Under's going to find a knock onto Long DD. Great headshot, and forever from behind won't try to find a player of his own. SLR acting out, but won't be enough to take the kill there. Long will take and steal the kill away from Under. Long DD won't be wiped out here. And now this, we call it the S compound, as the road is shaped S, and basically two teams are dividing this right now. L-Stars holding on to that juicy compound, juicy house, and Entis holding on to the rest of the street here. Long, it's up top of the hill, 4 a.m., although they're still outside the circle. They have a minute 55 seconds to work with. They're right by the circle, so they're going to land those bullets right into All-Stars more and more. Now I'll just leave All-Stars putting their head between their legs. Like, I don't want to peek out anymore.
We'll see. It is going to be a little bit tricky there for 4 a.m. once they have to get moving. Griffin, hopefully we have plenty of heals available for Griffin here. 2 taps already pulling up. Going to get that first aid kit off. Let the other members of his team leapfrog. They went over the western bridge and then are coming through over by the yellows on that side, but they've got infantry waiting there, which is not good. A bit of a vehicle mishap there for Crest Gaming Xanadu, as Element Mystic has their Wizard Shack and some vehicles for defense. Not ideal. See what they want to do going forward. 4AM's full on sending it into Entis. 1 down. It's going to be Under again getting the initial one. Here comes the grenade from Sungjang. Underhanded. Looks like that one's probably not going to connect with anyone on 4AM as they have all moved over to his right. Here comes the reinforcements for Entis. Will there be a fight, or are these guys just going to kind of lob some utility at each other and then just kind of settle out in their 2 houses?
I think 4AM wants to pick this fight up. Wayless will be peeking out a little bit wide, almost being spotted out. He does take a little bit of damage, but he should be fine for now. Kale with more nades. That's going to be quite accurate, going right into the house. And actually, that's going to be a little bit far short. Wayless, in the meantime, will pick off Indigo. Sungjang is down as well, and now Entus is shattering apart. More teams coming through, and now Wayless trying his best to fight off Kale, but he's going to be picked out from the side by ZGG, and that just opens up this compound wide open. You're free to enter, guys.
The comms fell apart there for OGN. Kale should have known that there were 2 members of 4AM down there and should not have been interested in making that push. That grenade, not the best there from under. It was just a little bit early. That grenade is just a bit late, but that is going to convince the member of 4AM to back off for a second. Under coming through with 1. He just wants the point. Good enough to at least give them a point, but OGN, a disappointing 15th place finish.
And that barrel, though, from under, he tried his best, but there's only so many bullets in the magazine, and the second player coming through, you can't do much about that. And now Griffin, trying to rotate in from the edge of the circle, was blocked off by Infantry, but Infantry wants to send it inside to the white zone as well. And now Longskirt trying his best to get inside the vehicle, but tires popped on both sides.
Oh, no.
Yeah, he's done there.
Yeah, it's going to be Leo from Gex. Asura comes over to get Carrot. Yan Lee is going to finish off Longskirt. Maps and Crazy here trying to finish off the infantry rotation. Just far enough in, but a great spray down from Crazy. That's the second good one we've seen from him today, taking people out of vehicles. The defense here, 1, 2 for ZGG. Welcome back to 4AM, my guy. You are playing very well here so far in this round.
I think Tiamba sent 2 players into for the scouting purpose, but little did they know is that GG was holding right by the door, and you know, if you don't check behind you, that happens, and that will just punish you, leaving only 2 players from Tiamba, M200 and Tiantian, but they also have some capabilities to making some crazy things happen here too. Actually, that's Lin Shin, so even better.
Yeah, right? I mean, who else? If you're going to have anybody alive for that team, might as well be him. Griffin now making another big rotation, so in terms of distance traveled, I think Griffin might have the lead in this particular game. Genji continues to work their way along beaches. Now, they do have all of this beach to themselves. It is a bit of an exposed beach, however, so you can see this is Pio waiting till he can get a good shot. He's going to be able to get a couple hits. Doesn't get a knock. Bit of a... Usually you think Pio's going to make that one happen. He looked like he had a player dead to rights, but just missing enough to allow that member of L-Stars to get, or excuse me, LYG to get around the vehicle.
You know, Genji's beach is all fine because the only spot that you can be picked up from is the little shack up top of the hill. But now that's being excluded from the circle, so now they can pretty much control the whole southern part of the map. And now 4AM, ZGG trying his best to hold this off. He's waiting and he finds the spray down. Not going to connect any of them now. He will just push up to that little staircase there. Finds 1. Goes for the second spray down. Connects that. That, what we call, boys, is spray transfer, guys. And 4AM will dust Tiamba into their graveyard.
This guy is on fire. ZGG with 6 kills already.
What?
Getting it all done. Close range there. Single-handedly the hero for 4AM right now. Over to Griffin, who is on the outskirts of that 4AM compound. Over here to Genji, who's going to finish it off. Loki and Pio doing it, getting LYG out of this one with their vehicles, not giving them enough cover. There's a crossfire, I believe, with potentially GEX or another team that kind of forced the issue there. Now Genji has the southern part of their circle to themselves, and that beach, like you mentioned, is now basically free and clear.
In the meantime, G9 landed some good vaulting action into the face of Lash. The next circle will be popped in 7 seconds, but something in the chat I want to mention is that was a ZGG easy moment. that was quite funny, I have to say that. But the circle is going to be a farm circle, and now Genji has to find themselves a way into that. GEX, 4AM, Crest Gaming, all of them too, and Griffin on the far edge as well. They're going to all have to find some sort of a decent rotation path, otherwise they'll be picked off in the middle. And now that just leaves VSG all smiling. They're controlling the full farm, but at this point I feel like they should be sending those 2 players up top back into the one compound, because now at this point in the game, players are quite desperate and they're going to be hot crashing right into the compound.
So this is going to be problematic for VSG if they have to leave out the west-hand side. It's pretty exposed out the west-hand side of farm. There's like a There's a wizard house, and poor Griffin, just everywhere they go, the circle goes somewhere else. So they've been trying to find something somewhere to get in. They don't even run into teams because everybody just isn't there either. Grenades coming through. Gen G might get in a scuffle with GEX. GEX might just send it down to the south side here right now, but that grenade's going to maybe make them rethink this, as that buggy is very hurt. I imagine that US can't be feeling much better.
The Gen G, they want to control this part of the circle. If they hold off GEX, and they pretty much have the whole southern circle divided with Quadro. So they're going to be sending it towards the way behind of GEX. Yen Lee is going to be prone down. He's going to be able to spot out a player, but PO is going to be just too accurate. Finds one. He's going to take a bunch of damage from Mao Ye, and he's going to have to back off. But Loki and Aqua 5 is on the push as well. Aqua 5 with the nade popped. He does spot out Chai Wei. We'll be tossing that out. Will that land, or will that just go a little bit farther away?
Nope, he's gonna get a finish on to Yan Lee. More grenades being thrown. The buggy blows up, but some good maneuvering here from Chai Wei. It's gonna keep him at just half health. Now, meanwhile, Quadro has been watching this fight a bit from behind, trying to get some revenge for Renba going down early. We mentioned this before, that Renba is one of the key players for Quadro for sure. Typically, they're top fragger, so definitely they're a little pissed off that he went down early. Now GEX is rotating in front of Gen G. Gen G full on moving in their 4-vehicle convoy there.
Looks like Crescent Gaming was destroyed in the rotation. Gen G on the rotation in. Gonna be crashing right onto Quadro, actually. PO finding himself a nice little hut to work with. Yacha dishing out those nades, but that won't connect either, as it's going to bounce off to the car. Alpha 5 fully sending it. D-Lex will find the opening kill onto Nonix, and now he wants to finish that kill off, and that's going to be 1 point added to the backpack there. Loki on the edge of the compound here, just trying to rotate out. Yook's going to find PO, and that just destroys Gen G.
Yeah, this is not good here. Loki's able to get Yook, get a little revenge for the flush onto PO. Going to quickly take him down. So Aqua 5 and Loki, the last two up here for Gen G. They have to get through this compound to get in the circle. There isn't anything else that they can really do at this point, so they've got to find a way to out-duel the Team Quadro boys. D-Lax and Yacha still going for them. 4 kills, though, for PO before he went down. So another big start for him in these tournaments. He hasn't popped off like someone like ZGG or Lin Shun, but it's been pretty good for him so far, as Loki is now cooking that grenade. He had that one prepped for quite a while. Is it going to connect? Yes! Right on top of Yacha.
Bye-bye, Yacha. You are knocked, and that just opens up the gate for Gen G to push into this compound. Alka 5 waiting on the railing. He's going to be peeking out towards the staircase, but D-Lex is waiting with the crosshair right onto the door. He's going to relocate himself, and he's going to find that spray down in Alka 5? Whoa! Okay, that was the first guy who entered the compound. He did a 360. I lost my mind, guys.
This is nuts. Look at him. He's on fire right now, taking down another member of GEX as they rolled in here, trying to take advantage of the fighting between these two teams. But it's just Mao Ye left. Aqua 5 with the spinning, with the winning. He is doing really, really good stuff for him. This is why you don't sleep on that guy, why he is considered a great player in Korea, even though he isn't going to be filling up the stat board.
Guys, spin to win. There you go. And that's what Gen G abided for. And some way, somehow, D-Lex he got destroyed. I think that he got hypnotized by the spins. So,
oh, that was nuts. I mean, it looked like he was in the air.
Yeah, dude, he was flying.
I hope they have a clip of that from Aqua 5's perspective.
Please do. And now GEX Mao Ye almost being spotted out here. Loki, I think he has a little bit of sense for where Mao Ye is holding on to. Not gonna be doing too much about that now. For Wei sending it into the way of this compound. Loki's gonna find the jump shot, and Wayless will be taken up by Alko. This guy is going crazy.
This is nuts. This is the best performance I have seen from Aqua 5 in quite some time. This guy, the barrel suits him. He is absolutely shrekking other teams here. No one is coming through. Aqua 5 dusts off a couple teams, him almost by himself. Some help from Loki for sure. Good job by him. VSG is still 4 strong because this circle did move its way back up there. So now, not a terrible position here for VSG. If they could control this northern part, if they could fight EM out of this wizard, this is the one I'm worried about. You can see it's just basically flat up to this. Good headshot by Mental. If they can control this, they have a really good shot at winning this game.
If they send 3 players away and leave Mental as the anchor to hold off Element Mystic, then they can control the center of the circle wherever it lands, and it's going to be a dead center once again. Element Mystic being part outside the circle. So if they leave Mental on the edge, Element Mystic has nowhere to go but crash right into Rush B Gaming. And in the meantime, something from Curzon is going to try to just prone down in the middle of the circle. Hopefully more teams die out, as there's only 6 teams left in the lobby. More teams, more points.
Yeah, it's a ditch there right in the middle. Good maneuvering here by something. That is a really nice spot in this circle. You have a decent amount of protection there. Unless somebody comes up kind of from your south. Now, that's really tricky for Gen G. Although, with the way Aqua 5 is playing right now, forget it. He can do anything he wants. Even if this is a really hard rotation, he opens the door for himself. Loki's up ahead, but he gets a big knock. But, it's going to be Hulk from far away with what an angle he's going to get to find that knock. Right away, though, Aqua 5, Johnny on the spot.
That was a straight-up headshot on a running target. And that's just how accurate VSG is right now. Element Mystic, in the meantime, is being destroyed left and right. Mental just putting bullets into the smoke, and they did end up losing a member, I believe, leaving 3 members of Kinch and the rest of his brothers there. Nays being cooked. Now it's going to be a little off towards the left, but the smoke is wearing off. There's only 5 seconds left onto that. And the moment the smokes are wear off, that's going to be the end of Element Mystic here.
This is going to be Wicked finding a good off angle. One of the other great flankers in Korea here, coming up through, gets to the rocks. Grenades are going to be coming out. He's close enough now. That grenade right underneath the vehicle, just short of the Element Mystic boys. Is he going to get the next one further? Yes, he does some damage. Isn't able to get a knock. Here comes a Molotov. Some shots being put out by VSG to give him cover, to buy him time to throw his grenades and Molotovs in there. Really nice teamwork here from VSG.
Kinch and Kira V is not having a great moment, I would say, for sure. In the meantime, Crest Gaming won't be taken out from this game. Mental on the push. He wants to capitalize off of the push he made. Nobody knows about this. He's going to find a headshot, and that's going to be VSG dusting out Element Mystic from this game. And now, as the whole game progression, there's only 4 teams left with something from Curzon as the last member. So more or so, this is going to be VSG versus Rush B Gaming and Gen G in the game here. Aqua 5, we've been saying this guy's the best support player, but little did we know, this guy can step up his attacker game too.
Yeah, who knew? Who knew? No, I think if you've been watching Korea, you know Aqua 5 is capable of this.
G9.
Finally, it's getting difficult for something. G9, good job there. Wasn't able to get his bolt to go, but good enough spraying with the M4 as well. This guy, when he can heat up with this bolt, you know he's capable of doing some fantastic stuff. You don't get to these big stages in competitive PUBG unless you are a god. With the Car 98, G9, one of those players, as he's going to sit in the bathroom for now, but G9 does have to make a move. Circle continuing to shift in VSG's favor. They were able to knock Element Mystic out of the north, so the win condition is theirs, but I'm not counting Gen G out of this one yet. They do have a tough situation to go through here. They're using the dip that something used, but eventually they're going to be in a kind of similar position where it's going to be tricky. They're going to have to win a duel.
Looks like VSG's probability of winning is above 70%. Rush B Gaming has pretty decent chance with Gen G as well. I mean, it really all depends on which team faces off VSG first. And if Rush B Gaming has to fight Gen G, then it's most likely going to be VSG's game here.
I mean, yeah, this should basically be VSG's in the bag. They're doing a great job spreading out a 2-2 split here for them. They've got the center of the circle cut off from these other teams right now. Gen G is proning, maybe learning from the missteps of something from Curzon. What a grenade. My goodness, right on point. It wasn't quite good enough to get the insta-knock, as the grenades, of course, were nerfed a little bit ago, but it does plenty of damage to Pow Pow and makes him rethink his ideas, and that's going to open the door here for VSG. They know exactly where Rush B Gaming is, and VSG takes them out. It is a 2-on-4. Does Aqua 5 have any more heroics? A lot of damage being done.
Loki.
The headshot comes through, but Loki's going to find Mental and get him down. Now it's a 3-on-2.
3-on-2 with great opening from Loki. Aqua 5 is going to be down for a little bit of health, but the circle is going to be shifted in towards the way of VSG as they control the center of it, and Gen G has to peek out from the ditch. Wicked is going to be flanking from the side. The nade from Foxy will knock out Loki, and that just leaves Wicked to finish the game here for VSG.
Yep, the win condition was there. It's VSG doing a fantastic job coming through. Excellent game by them in terms of they were given good circles, and they had one big fight they had to win, and that was against Element Mystic. They take it handily, and then they come through with a clean, well, almost completely clean victory. They did lose one member to Loki, but that's okay. But man, oh man, Bench, Aqua 5 putting on a show. That's going to be all over the highlight reels.
Loki and Aqua 5, they were putting up that circus, and D-Lex was just amused by it, and he died out. And that's Quadro out from the game, and GEX Maoye was waiting outside the compound. Loki spotted him out. He with the jump shot on the window ceiling as well. That's also a highlight too, if you think about it.
Oh my god.
4 a.m. crashing right on in the middle of Loki, killing GEX, and Aqua 5 sent 4 a.m. home by himself with zero help coming from him as well. And now we're going to be looking at some highlight reels as well.
Yeah, this is an initial battle with Rush B Gaming. They do come through in this one against Element 36, but a little help from Quadro opens the door for them to get through into the late game. And here is Indigo trying to hold things down, but he's got that M249. A little bit difficult to hold it through. The rate of fire not the best on that. Here's Under. He's going to pick up an extra point for OGN. That's a nice piece of work. And this guy, we almost forgot about this. ZGG started the show for us, and then it was Aqua 5 who picked up where he left off.
ZGG easy, and that's how he did it, but looks like Genji was a little bit better to hold 4 a.m.'s push onto the compound. That's the 360. How in the world can you do that?
I don't know. That's just so good. It doesn't make sense. There's Loki's jumping headshot. Aqua 5 there to dust off 4 a.m. Wicked on the flank. Perfect positioning from Wicked here. He is so good at finding those off angles for VSG. And Mental, of course, is absolutely nuts close range. The guy is one of those frontline fraggers that is absolutely special, and they finish it off and give themselves a big win. So I think that's a really good confidence builder and momentum builder for VSG. Again, they haven't been to a big global stage like this in a while. They need some confidence. They need to get it going. But they do have players who've been here before. Basically, everybody on that team except for Foxy has played in a large international tournament. So the pedigree is there. Can they get it going with so many of these other great teams here in this lobby? But that one went Korea's way this time around.
VSG picking up 20 points. Genji seconding that with 19, just 1 point away. But 4 a.m. with ZGG putting up a show, will be able to recoup some points in there to land in at third for 11 points. Tiamba, though, they were unfortunate this time around. Although they had a huge win last game, will be sitting at a big fat 0. Griffin 2 sitting at 1 point. But we are going to be taking a quick break, guys, and just stick around.
Get excited, PUBG Esports fans, because the Pick'em Challenge is back again, and just in time for the PUBG Continental Series 1, the 2020 PUBG Esports tournament to crown the grand champions of each region. First introduced during last year's PUBG Global Championship, the Pick'em Challenge rewards players with exclusive items for correctly guessing which teams will win. The Pick'em Challenge has changed a bit since last year, so here's a quick breakdown of the event. You'll find the Pick'em Challenge in the updated Esports tab, along with PCS1 player info, team stats, and real-time tournament information. Our 2 Pick'em Challenge games are in each region's tab, where you'll have a chance to predict the winning team or the better result between rival teams. Predicting the winning team is the Pick'em Challenge's main game, where you use your voting coupons to guess the grand champion of each region. You can earn a total of 6 of these coupons by purchasing celebratory items for PCS1. You'll also be able to earn one for free by watching the tournament. Each region where you successfully guess the grand champion will net you 100,000 esports points, which is enough to buy a good chunk of the PCS1 items in the esports shop. The second game, and Pick'em Challenge Newcomer, is open for everyone to play, regardless of how many voting coupons you have. For this game, we'll pit 2 rival teams against each other for you to vote on. Earn your points by successfully predicting which of the rival teams in each region ranks higher. You'll get 2,000 points for each team you successfully predict, so use that to supplement your upcoming big win, or start saving for the PCS1 items you want the most. The PCS1 Pick'em Challenge will run from June 17th to July 2nd for PC fans, and from June 23rd to July 2nd for fans on console, with the special PCS1 items available in the esports shop from July 7th to July 22nd. All esports teams participating in the tournament, including from APAC, Asia, Europe, and North America, can be voted on, and the more you play the Pick'em Challenge, the more chances you have to collect exclusive PUBG Continental Series 1 rewards. Keep an eye out for the final tournament schedule, and we'll see you and your favorite PUBG Pro teams on the battlegrounds.
And we are back, guys. 2 games in the books. Game number 3 coming at you here at PCS1 Asia. VSG coming through with 10 kills. A little bit, it's felt quieter than that from them, but they actually picked up quite a few kills. Doing work on the Element Mystic, Rush B Gaming, Genji at the end there. 2 big stories as well coming out of that. ZGG with a 1v4. Essentially, it was a long 1v4. It took a little bit of time. It was a 2 and then a 2, but he 1v4'd Tianba, which is nuts, who are our game 1 winners, and then Aqua 5 absolutely popping off.
I just still can't get the image of that 360 turning and killing out of my brain. It's engraved in my eyeball right now.
It'll never leave you.
No,
you'll never forget that one.
But Genji will be smiling once again. Not the best, not the biggest smile they can put out, as they didn't win, but they picked up some good kill points. As their match number 1, they only have 4 points, but this time around they have close to 19, I believe, if that was right. So 19 points compared to 4 points. Really good.
I mean, it is really important for Genji to start off strong in this one. They did not at the Charity Showdown, if you guys remember. It wasn't their best start for them. And there are your Pick'em Challenge percentages. So not too surprising here to see the fan favorites, Genji and 4AM, leading the way. But really this time, the world champions from 2019, they're up there because, well, especially after they picked up Anonix, you just kind of had to sit there and be like, well, this should be the best team.
Genji's roster is basically the Nations Cup roster, picking up Anonix from Danawa. They picked up Aqua 5, I believe, as well. And that roster being said, with Pio to finish things off, cherry on top for the cake. And that just shows why they have 62.1% on the Pick'em Challenge. Everyone is voting for Genji. Some employees from PUBG are also voting for Genji, although you are going for Griffin, I'm going for Infantry.
Yeah. Look, in my heart of hearts, I'm pretty much just picking Genji in every event, but I'm trying to maybe
even
spread
things
the love out a little bit. I feel like I jinx some teams, like, I cast or curse them if I pick them. So I try to spread it out, and I want to give, and I legitimately think Griffin has a shot at winning this. I'm not just picking them just to throw a dart at a board and just see where it lands. No, I really think Griffin has a good shot, but in every realistic situation I can think of, Genji is the favorite for every event they come into. They're just too good.
For sure, indeed. If Griffin picks up the right time to pick up fights, they will win those fights. It's usually when they don't capitalize off the fight is if there's a third party coming through for them. So we are kind of confirmed that if Griffin fights somebody, they are most likely going to win, and that was confirmed in the Korean qualifiers. And in match number 1 too, they picked up the fights they could win, and they ended up winning those, although they did lose a couple members from the third parties. And if this tendency continues, then Griffin also has a pretty good shot for the winning game here too.
I think that's a really good point to make. If Griffin takes the fights, if they find the fights, they typically win them. But if the fights come to them, they don't seem to do as well. Griffin's a team when they're better being the aggressors. Their defense isn't quite as good. They're not like a Curzon or I'd say a little bit of Entis, although in that round their defense was not very good in that particular situation. Under at least did a little bit of something for them. So far, once again, a slow start for Entis. They really need to look to find a way to get it going, especially on Erangel, which should be more their map because they get Pachinki on this one.
I mean, they get their farming spot for free. Nobody's contesting them for that. And in match number 1, they were quite passive in their game plan. They just found the center compound and they were just holding on to it towards the final circle. And then some way, somehow, it just didn't happen. And now you're looking at Entis kind of not picking up those points they need to because they are not being aggressive. And with the roster of Entis, we know Kale can go aggressive, pick up those kills. Under, he's crazy close quarter combat fighter. And they're not just using that they're not just using that skill set of the players correctly, I feel like.
Right. I think that's a really good point to make. I've felt similar things myself. So there's so much potential on Entis, and Songjang used to be such a good play caller, but with the way the meta has shifted, he hasn't been able to adapt and fit that role as well as he used to. These guys played very well there in game number 2. Can they keep it up? I have hopes they can. I know a lot of international fans want that as well because this is one of those teams that early on in competitive PUBG was very popular globally as they were very hot coming out of Korea at the end of 2018, coming into the early parts of 2019 after the PGI hype, when Korea was still maybe not one of the regions, where Korea wasn't one of the regions that people were necessarily considering to be the best. But as time went on and they started winning more and more and more, now people obviously kind of respect Korea and China as well. China's been playing nuts too, as two of the three strongest regions. I think it's not unfair to say that Korea, China, and Europe are the three strongest regions.
I think we are quite safe to say that. But this will be your last Erangel game of the day. We are going to be moving into match number 4 and 5 with some Miramar to toss up some fries and get some more spicy action in there. Woo! And that's why I'm looking forward to Entis, because at this rate of gaming, at this rate of their play style, I feel like their Miramar game must be better than their Erangel games.
It has to be, right?
Right.
And what worries me, Bench, is we watched them in the Korean qualifiers. We casted that. By the way, I just want to give a little bit of a shout out here quick. We have been casting the Korean qualifiers in English, guys. So if you go to PUBG Korea _EN, follow that channel, because the Korean qualifiers have been on there, and hopefully we'll be able to bring that to you again. So really go out there, guys, on Twitch, PUBG Korea _EN, if you want English broadcasting of the Korea region, which you should be very keen on watching if you're a fan of PUBG Esports.
We've been delivering some great Korean action on that. I don't know if it's going to continue. We're hoping that it will, as Korea, as you have mentioned, is one of the most competitive regions as well. So that's going to be that. The plane path is going to be a 50-50 once again, pretty decent, just dividing the mainland into half. And this just allows most of these teams to go to wherever they want. Genji most likely will find themselves. And I think they just dropped on Yaz once again.
I think when the plane path allows it, that seems to be their new drop point. I think they've bullied Curzon out of there from the last event, which, to be frank, if I'm Curzon, there's no way I'm messing with Genji for a drop spot. No way in heck. So I think Genji at this point is taking either Yaz or Mill to Power. Not sure if there's a third one if we have a Western-heavy plane path. Who knows? That's a little bit trickier because teams like Griffin control a lot of the Western area, whether that be Primorsk or Zarki. So typically, and then of course, we haven't seen them even bother with Tianba in South George. Where will this particular first circle reveal itself? Oh, ooh, that looks familiar. That's almost identical to game number 1.
That's just exact same replica of game number 1's circle. Just a little bit of shift here and there, but it's pretty much what it was. And that being said, will Tianba be able to put out that action once again like they have done, or like Griffin now with the rotation a little bit more comfortable, as it's not going to be a bridge cross anywhere?
No, this is why you got to give Tianba a lot of credit. In game number 1, the game they won, this circle was Asura? Pow Pow? What?
That's free kill.
Where? Rush B's up in Razak. Griffin's down in Primorsk. What?
I don't know. Lin Shun is going to find a bullet onto Mental. Mental has no gun. He's going to drive. He's going to hit it. And Mental's going to be down and dusted with that bolt in the hand. There you go. What are we watching, guys?
Wow, here comes the rest of VSG. It's Foxy trying to get the run over himself. What kind of shenanigans are coming through? We've got some side shooting onto Lin Shun now, but he's going to use that motorcycle to bully Foxy out of his way and say, no, sir, I'm out of here. I killed Mental. Too bad, so sad.
Well, guys, this is the quintessential Asia for you guys. Don't sleep on this region. This is the fun region. And now Wicked wants to return some of the favor of his own. Going for the spray down. Won't be landing any bullets. And Lin Shun will just dip out from the action swiftly.
That almost turned into an interesting situation that we saw in Europe in one of those highlight reels earlier this year. So that you love to see it. You love the early game shenanigans. Here is Crest Gaming Xanadu. I don't think something has any clue. No clue. He should be dead to rights here. Great stuff here from Eguto, as he is going to easily finish that one off. Very, very patient. Good trap here. Sprung and set up.
Looks like Curzon's not having the best day for themselves, but this tournament is 4-day long with 20 matches to come through. So First day, not the best, but, Curzon can always come back from it. But even still, losing something early on like this is going to be a very detrimental loss to Team Curzon to come out for match number 3.
Yeah, it hasn't been the start for Curzon that we saw at the Charity Showdown. Is there a day where they just have that magic inside of them? I think, again, this is probably a little bit difficult for them because they are out of their comfort zone. They've lost their main drop spot as Gen G now controls this part of the world. Just doing a little bit of test firing here is Gen G, letting each other know, hey, bro, you can have this vehicle. I'll take this spot as Aqua 5 is going to set up. You'll see this now with Gen G where sometimes depending on their loot patterns and where the vehicles they find are at and all these other things, sometimes Aqua 5 will set up out front, potentially with a 2-2 even for Gen G, which used to be something they never did. It used to just be strictly 1-3 with PO out front. But now we're seeing a lot of variation, a lot of new tactics and strategies that Gen G is bringing to the table.
Yeah, Gen G used to be one of those odd teams, putting out some odd numbers in those 1-3 splits and odd kills from PO, picking up 11, 9 kills here and there. But this time around, they learned new ways to play. They were being more aggressive as they picked that up from the Chinese teams, and now they could be going for a little bit more passive 2-2 splits, and maybe that could give Gen G a win that they desperately need to put themselves back onto number 1 spot as they're still contesting for it.
Yeah, I think every other team in this lobby needs to be scared. If Gen G starts off as strong as they have the potential to today, then they just get better as tournaments goes on typically. They're a team that takes a little while to get their momentum rolling. We saw this at PGC last year when they ended up becoming the world champions. The group stage, not terrible for them, but not great. And they were able to avoid the semifinal matches in the middle. They got themselves straight to the finals, but it took literally the last game and basically a 1v3 from Loki to get them there. So they sometimes they need a little time to get going, but here so far it looks like we're seeing a strong start from them. Can Griffin replicate their strong start that they had in game number 1? I wouldn't be surprised. I mean, game number 2, the circles were just constantly just going away from Griffin. Right. Every time they went somewhere, they'd set up, put their feet down, and then it would just
moves away.
Yeah, it just goes away.
Especially Griffin was playing by the edge of the circle, and the circle shift wasn't even like a decent shift. It was more like it was shift all the way off far. And now PH111 in a fight with Quadro. Yowok is in a sliver of health. What can he do? He's going to be spotting left and right. PH111 coming from the side. Uh-oh. There's a car from Rinba! And that's going to send PH111 flying to the space. Guys, SpaceX launched a month ago, and now we're launching PH111 into space.
He has to go. His people need him. And he is out of there. Oh my goodness. Well,
Renba.
Yeah, I love the time they bought. Just so smart here from Quadro, just buying plenty of time.
I'm lost in words.
What is going on in this round? That's the second vehicle knock and kill we've had. That's crazy.
They didn't even have
Actually,
to.
the third, because something else happened out there with Pow Pow. And I don't know what's going on, but this is something got in the water here, and I'm just drinking coffee today, guys. Nothing else, just coffee. But something's going on here with my powers. It's not the circles that are crazy; it's the other stuff.
But that's gonna be Curzon losing yet another member on top of something. That's gonna be PH111. Now they are just stuck in the middle, hoping that Quadro just goes away from them, leaving them alone. It's like, guys, we had enough bullying, just give us mercy.
Please.
Please, let us
Poor
go.
Martin Chun's over here, like, just nobody come in this. Nobody come to this ditch. Please, we need a little bit of luck to go our way this round. There's the late rotations from Griffin, as you would expect from them. They're an edge-dropping team all over both maps, both on Erangel and Miramar. VSG doing VSG things as well. They are another late rotating team. They prefer to play on the edge, which is becoming more and more popular, not just in the Asia region. I'm seeing this in APAC with a team like Buriram United Esports, loves to play edge, and because of their monstrous fragging abilities, they're quite good at it. I see it from Shoot to Kill in America. They're content to play the edge, especially on Miramar, and just third-party fights look for kills. So that's becoming more the meta. People are really realizing that kill points are extremely valuable, and if you're good at maneuvering yourself correctly, they're pretty easy to pick up.
I mean, you gotta get what you gotta get, and you gotta take what's out there into your backpack. Otherwise, someone else is gonna take it. And if you're good enough to win in fights, might as well as go pick up the fights. Then you don't have to miss out on those.
Heck yeah. That's just it. I mean, it seems that the meta is shifting in that direction, at least over here in Asia and the APAC region. So let's see where this next particular... Whoa! More hard shifts over to the west this time. So this has the potential to actually end up on Entus's compound again, but pretty unlikely unless we have a bunch of hard south shifts. But this one right on top of Razak School and Apartments. You can see GEX, Tianba making their way in there right now. Entus trying to regroup, move over. Looks like we had a bit of a vehicle accident with 4 a.m. there, as we're going to send out ZGG as the scout this go around to try to re-establish their position in their home base. But there's already 2 teams here, so a little bit late on the go is going to be 4 a.m. this time.
Looks like Tianba is gonna find themselves the whole Rozak to work with, set up a nice little 2-2 split on the compounds, pick up any kills on the cards that are hot dropping right on top of them. In the meantime, nobody's holding on to Water Tank, and Tianba could also think about sending a member up there. I don't know if that's the right choice, but you can scout out for a good amount of information, as the whole circle can be seen from the water fountain.
Basically, I think you're right. You're basically right. That is a really powerful position in the circle in terms of information. You can see everything from there. It's like when there's a really western circle and you get up on top of the South George Mountain. You can just see everything in this circle. As this is, oh no, Boliang. Is he going to do it again?
He popped the tire, I think.
I think he did catch the tire on the vehicle of, I think, Ares, potentially. It looks like Crest Gaming is going to have to readjust. Yeah, okay, so it was actually Ryu's buggy that lost the tire, so they're going to get inside of there. Aguto took a bunch of damage himself, as Uaz is pretty beat up. If he gets nicked again, he is going to go down, as Crest Gaming desperately maneuvering to try to get inside of the circle on the side of this hill.
But they're going to be parking right up top of Entus, and if Sungjiang finds this one out, this could be a problem here. In the meantime, Element Mystic is going to destroy L-Stars, Long DD and Carl, just being down and dusted here, leaving only 2 members of L-Stars. Now, the rest of the 2 members, they have nowhere else to go but just hold their spot. And Element Mystic defending this compound all for themselves will be sending 2 on the other side of the bridge, just in case the circle shift goes crazy on this 40% chance.
It can. You're out. Yeah, this is smart stuff from Element Mystic. I'm going to assume that it was L-Stars that tried to push that just on the way that Element Mystic plays. Minsung, though, sees Renba. He's taken so much blue. It's not going to take much to finish him. Renba with the good read peek, going to take down Minsung there. Just a lot of things not going Griffin's way once again. Asura, 2-tap, 2-heart, looking to regroup on the western side of Potato Mountain, but infantry is up in front of them. Will there be a dust-up between those 2 teams? We'll have to wait and see, as Quadro was here in Pachinki waiting with open arms, as the circle is now going to force their hand, and they're going to move their way to the east.
In the meantime, I would say Renba's popping off now. Like, he ran over PH11. He found the kill onto Minsung, and now his blood is boiling. And anytime now, we've seen Renba pick up some huge frags, and this might be the round for Quadro. They've been sleeping on the first 2 matches, and now, like, looks like they have some good shot at it.
Yeah, it's really interesting how all it can take is one thing to go your way. That's crazy and, in a way, very funny. And, we're going over to the east. So west, east, we're ping-ponging around on these circles. But it's really interesting how all it takes is one crazy thing to happen. We saw this with Aqua 5 in the last game, right? Where he gets this crazy 360 and all of a sudden he's just on fire. And maybe, like you mentioned, Renba gets, a cheeky run over, but that, that gets you laughing, that gets the blood pumping. We'll see. We'll keep our eyes on him.
I mean, once the adrenaline is running in your blood, you don't know what you can do. And these people who've been in the pro scene for a while, they can make something crazy happen. For sure, indeed. In the meantime, we're going to be seeing teams on the rotation. LYG getting the car to go away from VSG. Foxy is going to patiently wait. Not going to fire out, as I don't think his position is being revealed here. Entis on the rotation as well. This time around, their rotation better be good. Otherwise, we're going to be seeing another lost Entis in the middle.
Yeah, Sungjong stops out in the middle of nowhere, realizing he has nowhere to go. Genji up in front of him, so now he's got to ditch his motorcycle. Not as far in as he would probably like, but now you've got E36 over here on the side. Under's going to get knocked with the SLR headshot from Pure Boy, as E36 looking to see if they can maneuver themselves to get the flush. It looks like there is just enough of an angle here for Pure Boy. Under is going to go down. That's a big loss for Entis early on.
And this is the, I don't know if it's the right term to say it, but quintessential Entis we're seeing every single time. Losing a member in the middle of the rotation, and once they lose a member, they're stuck like on their foot. Like, I don't know what they're thinking, but they always kind of just find a little ditch or pit to work with, and they just stop there. They don't want to move any further away. But, you know, it's you have to shoot for the stars. You have to shoot at the sky to get the stars, you know? Like, you have to take a risk to find the compound for yourself.
Absolutely, absolutely. Infantry on a risky rotation here. E36 ready to go this time. 2 down already. Spraying through, that's 3 down for Infantry. The defense this round much better for Element 36. Quickly, but from one game to the next, they have readjusted. They lost to Rush B Gaming this time. Infantry is down to a solo member, just Boliang left, so a little bit over-aggressive there from Infantry. I think they had a decent idea. They had numbers on Element 36. I think they had the scout there. I think they knew that there was only 2, and they decided to go for it, but it's just a matter of E36 on the money, on the ball, doing a great job there, holding off a very scary team.
Apparently, one of the nades that was thrown by Element 36 took out G9, or one of the members.
Oh,
from
9. It took out 9.
Yeah. Took out 9, and 9 didn't even know the nade was right under his feet, and all of a sudden, Infantry got destroyed, sending 3 members into the compound.
Yeah, it's really interesting that if you can time that grenade really well, get it underneath the vehicle, they don't see it, they don't hear it, because the vehicles are just too loud, and then you get a free knock, or maybe 2 in this case. As good job here by E36 over in what the people in North America call the Alamo. For those of you who don't know, that was a famous defensive spot in American history, so that's why they have given it that name. I don't like to use it on international broadcasts because no one has any idea what I'm talking about when I call it that. All right, over to Quadro, who's going to swing to the south along the edge of the circle to find their way into the next one. Griffin has found themselves a home. Surprisingly, I would probably think in their case that this one's unoccupied in this particular situation, but because of the hard southern shift, a lot of teams are left hanging up in the north. Speaking of one of those teams, or 2 of those teams, in fact, it's Element Mystic and LYG, and in the water is somebody from EM.
That nade from Maps is going to send Maknae home, and the second one will for sure dust him out. He's going to crawl a little bit up to the front, but what more he could do? His teammates are far away, and more nades are flying his way. And that's going to be Maknae done anytime soon, but Kiravi with the bolt will destroy Maps in the face.
Let's go, baby. I love it to see it from Element Mystic. VSG making a risky rotation. They have no choice. This circle is not good. It is not in their favor. Coming across is Wicked, leading the way, waiting for the trailing members are 4AM and Gen G, but somehow, some way, VSG is going to get up this hill, crossing in front of 2 very, very good teams. I spoke a little too soon there. Hulk is going to pay the price, but not a bad rotation at all there from VSG. Good timing.
And the moment VSG peeks out from the hill, and that's going to be Entis in a world of danger as Kale is proning on his belly. He can be spotted out anytime soon.
Hart gonna get Yacha. Looking for another. 3 peeks. Ooh, isn't able to control it. Oh, just not well enough. Yowook's gonna get the headshot with the Scar. Just a little bit better there. It was Yowook. That barrel, as much as it is very popular in the meta right now, it is still pretty tricky to control.
Now Asura's on the flank. He's trying to find a decent angle onto the Quadro boys, picking the res back onto Yacha. And now it looks like they're going to be just sacrificing too hard here to just hold on to the compound most likely. 2-tap, holding onto a window. Asura still outside, scouting for information, but I think it's the right decision for him to go back into the compound and hold on to the house together.
Yeah, I think that might have been just a little bit too much here. EM is desperate. They are looking to get through. I saw a couple of them go down to Tianba and LYG up on the north. Rush B Gaming breaching a compound, name a more iconic duo. They're going to get it around. This time, it is GEX who are their victims. So 3 rounds in a row, we watch Rush B have to breach a compound in some way. 2 out of 3 success for them, so their offense seems to be pretty on point here today.
I mean, as their name suggests, Rush B, guys, you know. Just gotta rush it, and they rushed it, they took it. Stop baiting from behind. Nobody baits in that team, but Kiravi trying to land those bullets, but Carrot gets off from the vehicle and pays Kiravi some bullets of his own.
That was, I think Carrot was still in the side seat there. That is some nutty stuff from him. Again, would love to see a replay of that one. Gen G's making LYG pay from their compound, putting some fire down in there as well. Crest Gaming Xanadu gets Rush B Gaming as Rush B did. This is what I mentioned. When you have to leave the apartments to the east, it's really tricky. There just isn't a lot to work with, and there's a lot of good spots for teams to watch you come out. Crest Gaming Xanadu that time going to be the ones benefiting from that. And Tianba, this is scary, guys. They still have 4 left. Now, they are outside of this next circle, but anytime they have 4 up, at least in these big international events, I'm worried.
4 a.m. as well, has all 4 alive. And for infantry, Bo Liang is still alive, and today he was the top fragger, so I'm hoping that he picks some more kills. In the meantime, Sato from Element 36 lands a bullet into the face of Martian Chun, and Asura wants to find the angle onto Quadro. They're going to be sending it right into the compound. Asura trying his best to hold it off, but he only has so much room to work with.
Yeah, he's just got this building. It is not fun to try to hold this building. There's only one angle in and out for Asura. Grenades are coming through. He is in trouble, but that one bounces off the front lip, at least allowing him to survive for just a little bit longer. Renba is knocked here by 2Tap. Asura has finally been knocked. He held on for quite some time. 2Tap very hurt. 2Tap completely surrounded here by Quadro. I don't know. He's going to have to do something crazy to hold this one down.
2Tap has enough time to heal things off, but the rest of Quadro is sending it in 2Tap's way. He's going to be spotted out by Delax, and that's going to be Griffin out and dusted at top 11.
Yeah, just not much Griffin could do there. They got picked apart piece by various different teams, so 2 versus Quadro, not good enough. Kale coming up and over 1. Kale looking for 2, just isn't able to control it, but Foxy finally going to be taken down by Kale. He comes up and over there. VSG tried everything they could. I tell you what, I got to give them credit for at least getting to that spot, but man, sooner or later, it was just going to be too much for them.
And now Tianba wants to poke fight at this hill. They're going to be parking Lorena right under the hill. The rest of the members kind of spread out, a little bit scattered out for a little bit more information they have. ZGG in the meantime, I think he spotted out CGX, so that's going to be Aries down and done. In the meantime, Tianba, now as Lorena secured the bottom side of the hill, will be sending more members in, and Entis might be in a trouble here.
Yeah, absolutely. Entis does have the defensive position, but Tianba, man, when they get going, they're crazy good. Crest Gaming is forced to be on the ground to try to avoid the sight lines of some of these other teams. I believe that is Quadro over there. 4 a.m. still hanging out up above them, as well as now Gen G looking a little bit over towards Tianba's direction, but the angles aren't quite good enough unless a member of Tianba kind of sticks their nose up. And speaking of, who else would be confident enough to do this? But Lin Shun takes a bunch of damage. Yeah, they were very ready for that. Quadro doing a good job finding Crest Gaming Xanadu. Infantry is going to be taken out as bullying is spotted by Kale. So this circle heading to the center east, and everything's starting to heat up a little bit here, as you would expect.
Gen G still 4 up. 4 a.m., 3 or 4 up. They both have to rotate into the next circle. I think that's the last member from Crest Gaming. Will be taking a bunch of damage on the run. Rui TV is spotted up by 4 a.m. and his lifespan is only so long until the blue zone's behind him.
He's done. It would take an insane amount of smoke grenades. I don't even think your backpack can hold that many smoke grenades. There is a Mark 14 for Tianba. Just make him scarier. Thanks, PUBG. No, that's great for them. That is a wonderful pickup. That is really going to be interesting to see how much not only the gun but the level 3 gear comes into play later. 4 Angry Men still has 4. We haven't talked about them much. They do have a difficult rotation to make to get into this next circle, as there's quite a bit of flat ground and road in their way. Gen G has to come on through as well. PO, of course, going to be leading the way. Now there is enough room inside of this mini canyon for Gen G to come up underneath Entis, and there is a member of Entis waiting behind this rock. Is PO going to be ready for it? I think PO's senses are tingling, but he isn't going to be there. He looks just at the wrong time. Indigo gets one. Can he find another? Just not able to connect onto Loki.
Loki suffering from tons of damage onto him. Indigo wants to pop those nades through the way. Is that going to connect? It's going to be far off for a little bit, and the second nade as a return is going to land behind Indigo. I think that's going to be just a little bit of damage, not much more, and he's going to have to relocate himself as he takes a bit more damage to himself. Going to have to join up with the rest of his team there. Tiamba, though, they are definitely smiling here. They saw the kill feed. PO going down to Indigo. They knew Genji was holding onto the compound behind them, and them pushing out, losing a member like that opens up way for Tiamba to get into it.
Let's see what Aqua 5 can do. Not good this time. Lorena going to be the one to get him as he is knocked, looking for the angle to get the flush. Loki taking a bunch of damage from the throwables. Here come some more up over. Molotov's coming through. I believe that's Entus getting in on the action. Everybody looking into Genji's way as two different teams have good angles to get some grenades and Molotovs to roll down into them. Loki just keeping his face down, and Onyx still up for them. We haven't seen much from him. Maybe it's about time for him to start popping off.
Maybe that's what we were looking for. Quadra in the meantime was destroyed. Tiamba now sending the push up. Lorena on top. And that's Inonix trying to find a frag, but just won't be able to connect. Lorena will take down Loki, and the nade will finish off Inonix in the blue, and that's going to be Genji out of 7th place. And now Entus will have to face off this Tiamba squad. That's just bloodthirst right now.
Somebody's got to do something to Tiamba. I know Entus really wanted to take advantage of the bruised Genji squad to try to pick up any points they can. There's a knock. Nice job by Sungjang getting that initial knock onto Lorena. 4AM in the meantime has been beaten up mightily. Long the only one left for them, but a good grenade from N200 finds the mark, finds Sungjang, gets the down. It is up to Indigo to be a hero. He's trying to find a flank. There is a lot of Tiamba in his way. I don't know if he can do this. It's going to take one heck of a performance. He does get one, but isn't able to get another, as it's going to be WNB from L-Stars who takes him down.
They should more than likely be able to take the res back onto Lin Shun. So that's going to be 4 strong Tiamba squad. 4AM will suffer a knock onto Wayless, and Long is too far away, so that res is probably impossible, leaving 1 member for 4AM. 1136 though, they are performing pretty well, I would say, with 3 members alive coming into the late game.
This game, it started off, you know, not great, but or anything like that, but they're having a decent little round for themselves. By the way, they're in, 6th place overall, so they've been quietly doing quite well. Some good defense from them against infantry in this round kind of started this thing for them. So love to see E36 from Japan having some success. And I tell you what, if a Japanese team does get a win, I got a little surprise to show on camera. So I'm secretly hoping a little bit that they find themselves a chicken dinner here. As I made a trip to Japan earlier this year and picked up some PUBG Japanese series swag.
Nice. And if that happens, we will show you what he's got, what Clinton's got under his bag. But Tiamba looks just too strong right now. 4 men strong, and they still control a part of the circle. It's not like they're outside the zone and they have to rotate in and fight some teams. But they have the circle for themselves for now. We are going to be seeing the next circle in for seconds. In the meantime, Tian's going to go for the spray down. Almost being taken up by Long, but I think Lin Shun was going to have a little better spray control and finish off Long there.
Yeah, that wasn't the best there from Tian. Fortunately, his teammates helping. It is E36 looking at the Tianba guys as well. They heard some of the fighting, looking to see if they can pick up a point or two on the backside of it, but nothing really doing. As all eyes are kind of on Tianba right now. They're pinched between L-Stars and E36 as those two teams not really interested in trying to fight each other. That hill there kind of helping separate them that Lin Shun was just looking at. As E36, great position. Can they hold on to it, though? We'll see.
I mean, if L-Stars decide to rotate towards the western side of the map, then Tiamba is in a world of trouble. They're being angled from 2 different angles, and that could open things up for E36 for a chance of winning here. But in the meantime, not much will happen as L-Stars will be waiting patiently. They're not looking to move in aggressive just yet until the circle starts moving.
Yeah, and the problem for Tianba is the next part of the circle that they have to go into is downhill. So they either need to think about swinging north or south to try to flush one of these teams out. Ideally, if they knew what we know on the map, they would probably try to go north instead, because coming down this hill is not going to be an easy task. It's going to be a lot of the other teams that are going to see them, as we are going to get a look at the terrain and the center of all of the action for this Phase 8 circle, where that one is going to end up once it turns into Phase 9, directly in the center. This team's just kind of poking at each other, destroying each other's vehicles, making sure that no one has something crazy to use at the end, maybe go for some kind of crazy drive-by, which you see from time to time. When somebody gets a little bit aggressive, Tianba is going to send it. This is their decision. This is their option. How's this one going to go? Here we go. Down the hill, WNB putting some shots in. Nothing. Oh, one out. But they do get to the wall. Is that going to be good enough?
Now, two members Tianba trying to take the compound, overswallowing it. That's going to be Aminot, finish off Lorena. Sophia did find the knock. M200 is going to come from the side, but he's going to be spotted out too. And now, Element 36 destroy Tianba, picking up 10 kills for themselves now. WMB spotting out Sophia up top, and that's going to be another member from Element 36 down, and he should be dusted anytime soon.
Oh boy. All right, WNB sees Tianba. Tian out. A good finish here for Tianba, though. It is going to be L-Stars who takes it. Luminous Stars Gaming is going to find the win on our last Erangel of the day. Good job with the patience. E36, good defense against, once again, getting pushed by a Chinese team. I tell you what, the E36 team, you don't want to mess with them in close range. They're not bad.
Tianba's decision to send it fully to the compound, it's not a bad decision. It's a decision you have to make in that sliver of moments. There's not much you can do besides either sending it full or spreading out and hoping that some of the members will stay alive. And Tianba's decision to send it was crushed. The dream was crushed. And how earlier on we were talking about how L-Stars don't really have that great of a chance because there's only two members left on the edge of the circle. So if they send it towards Tianba's way, Tianba's 4 strong, and not much more they could do at that point. But some way, Tianba's decision to not scout out for the edge of the circle, but sending it, opened up the room for L-Stars to make this happen.
I think what happened there was Element 36's angles on a Tianba were good enough to prevent Tianba from getting total information on the north side of that's so funny. I can't finish my sentence. Of what L-Stars was doing up there. So Tianba doesn't know what's going on the north side. They have to pick an option. You know, it's E36 as well, and you know, to be frank, you know that E36 is their first time out here. Maybe you're trying to pick on them a little bit, as they've never really been to a big international tournament, but Element 36 holding up quite nicely throughout.
Definitely indeed, and that leaves a little bit more room for Genji to breathe, as if Tianba picked up the win here, Genji is going to be behind easy 10 points, and that's hard to recover from.
Yeah, it's not the way you wanted to go for Genji in this one. Only 1 placement point and 1 kill, so not the ideal round for them. Or Griffin, Element Mystic, not fantastic, or VSG. So 4 out of the 6 Korea teams struggling a bit. Not bad for Quadro and OGN, actually, picking up 7 and 10 respectively, as we take a look at your total leaderboard. Tianba Gaming out in front, but not by much. It's all China. 1, 2, 3 L-Stars, 4 Angry Men. Finish it out, guys. We are going to take a break. Stay tuned. We're moving over to Miramar next. We'll be back.
안녕하세요. 大家好. Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
Oi PUBG Esports fans.
Hi PUBG Esports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG Esports 대회.
Vòng khu vực APEC PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final PCS 东亚洲际赛
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
World Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
大家多多支持，多多收看。
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
CS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
The Pick'em Challenge is back.
コンソールは6月23日からオープンします。
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm BCS1.
และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับตลาดทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCS 1东亚洲际赛。
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за ПКС-1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including one free coupon.
If you click the Esports tab for my game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะได้รับสกินพรีเซนต์สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
stay home and watch PUBG Esports. 记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛。Stay home and watch PUBG Esports.
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG Esport.
Bliv hjemme og se på PUBG Esport.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG Esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner.
It's time for Miramar. The sandy dunes await us. Paper thin here along with Bench as we get ready for our 4th and 5th games of the day. Here are your top 5 killers so far. I think that's PO, not Namsi. I think.
Yep.
This is an APAC. That's not Xiaoman.
That's not Xiaoman. That's
No.
ZGG, guys. That's
ZGG.
ZGG. From L Stars, that's gonna be WNB, I believe.
Yep.
Tong K, I think that should be somebody else. And for Griffin, that's a Min song, right? I believe. Guys, that's P on the right side, not Namsi. So there was a little bit of a miscommunication between the production and the.
We actually, I think that's pretty impressive. Between the two of us, we knew who everyone was on that screen at least.
Yeah.
So we've got our faces down. We'd be really good at that Guess Who game. You know, that one where you knock people
you gotta pick the right one. I mean, it was almost like a Jeopardy. 500 points. What is PO?
Yeah, who is PO? Well, he's the one I for sure know. He is, to me, at this point, I've seen his face so many times, it's burned into my brain. And that guy, of course, he's always up there, but a lot of great Chinese players up there too.
Right.
I mean, I imagine Lin Shun is up there somewhere, and
indeed, he has to be.
Yeah, WNB has been playing great. In general, China, I think right now, definitely has an advantage. They're the top 3 teams, as Erangel seems to favor them quite well. And then we move over to Miramar, where, frankly, a lot of the Chinese teams don't do well, except for
LYG. And for Korea, we see Element Mystic kind of being shattered apart here and there towards the mid-late game. Their Miramar game it's pristine for Element Mystic. They know where to go and they know when to pick up fights. And I'm expecting Mystic to put up some good points in Miramar. Same goes to Genji with VSG and Entis as well, for sure, indeed. Entis having some hard time in Erangel. We've seen them being shattered apart, but their Miramar game, at least, even if they get caught off in the middle, losing a member, like, individual skill set comes into play for Miramar. Like, too many dunes, too many hills, and too many terrains to work with.
Yeah, they're really good at navigating the terrain of Miramar, especially when they have all 4 alive. My real question for OGN, where are they dropping in this particular tournament? In Korea, they were forced out of their home spot that they had been in for so long. Where are they going to be this go around? As we get a quick look at them as they are getting ready for this next game. I think Griffin, another team that I'm really interested in Miramar. If they're southern, especially southwestern Miramar circles, this team does extremely well. They know how to navigate those mountains very, very effectively. They're great long-range shooters.
Right.
So if it comes down there, Griffin does well. But if it goes north for whatever reason, it's partially because of the long rotations they have to make, because they usually drop Valle del Mar or Alcantara. If it goes east, they struggle. Western part of the map, they're quite good on.
They pretty much claim the whole west of Miramar for themselves. And I think it's the same case for Erangel as well. You know, they always go Primorsk and nobody even wants to mess with Griffin and Primorsk, I believe.
No.
So that's going to be that. But we are getting 3 Erangels and 2 Miramars this week. And next week we're going to be switching things over to 3 Miramars and 2 Erangels because Sandhawk closed borders due to quarantine.
Yeah, that's why we did it.
Vikendi.
Yeah, Vikendi. Vikendi, I tell you what, it'll be interesting if we see that one in the competitive scene someday. A lot of people calling for it. Will it make its way in? Not sure these days. We'll find out someday, I'm sure. As there is Genji, not their best game in that last one.
Namc on the right hand side.
Yeah, we got Namc on the top right there. As he is, doing really well. I tell you what, if you missed APAC, go back and watch it. That Zhao Man from Q Confirm is nuts. That guy is really, really nuts. As we look towards game number 4, Miramar time, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get it going in about a minute. We wait for the countdown to finish and the plane to take off.
We got Namc still on the screen here. Pio, he's definitely smiling. He's been putting up the damage, but looks like the whole as a whole game, he couldn't pick up that many kills. I believe it was Aqua5 to go crazy, rather.
And now we're going to hear from Namc as
go.
he will explain to us in his non-native language. He's left Vietnam and learned Korean to explain to us what's going on over here.
I mean, I don't know. I think we should stop cracking jokes.
All right,
Namc.
enough. All right.
Somebody's gonna text
the
us.
Poor guy.
I have a feeling somebody's gonna leave us a text. Like,
oh, boo. It's all in good fun.
Speaking of which, the ones who got us the t-shirts.
Oh, I know. We got nice new t-shirts. I know you guys have seen them. We haven't talked about them yet because they're t-shirts, but we did get nice new PUBG t-shirts here, and that's really sweet. Because it's summer and it's hot, and t-shirts are way better than the sweaters we were wearing before. So Plane Path is here, starting over the prison, heading up north eastish, as it's going to end up over Torre Ahumada. And here we go. There's Valle del Mar. Griffin's already out, so they're going to be heading there. This one, the circles can go anywhere, basically, with this Plane Path. So this one's going to be pretty tricky.
I mean, in this kind of plane path, you do see a lot of city finishes because most of the cities are being included in the first circle, and from there on, like it could pop anywhere. And as you can see, we got Monte Nuevo in the circle, San Martin in the circle, Los Leones still have a pretty good chance of it being included into the next circle. So it should most likely be a city finish, and I love to see a city finish, especially for these Chinese and Korean and Chinese Taipei teams. All these Asian players, they're really good close quarter combat fighters. So.
You're good at summoning city finishes. If any of you guys caught the Korean qualifiers, Bench loves city finishes, and we got quite a few of them. Particularly Los Leones. Saw a couple. El Pozo, we had 1 or 2. And this one's right on top of Monte Nuevo. We haven't had one there yet, Bench, so maybe now's the time, as that's going to be GEX's drop point. I'm looking over here. Entis has found their way around La Bendita again, so they are in their comfort zone this go around. Is that going to be the key here for Entis on Miramar to kind of right the ship as things have not been going their way. Looking towards some of our leaders right now, Tianba is going to be your Chumacera team. Well, I'm saying LYG because they're so good on Miramar. They're like the first team I think of. They're Opozo. And 4 a.m., of course, is going to be Hacienda del Patron. And L-Stars is all the way up around Campo Militar.
Looks like Entis, as you mentioned, has dipped out from Impala, rather be farming somewhere closer to a circle, so their rotation path should be a little bit shorter and a little bit safer. Indeed, not that safe because there are still teams outside of it, especially with Genji farming Picado for themselves. And typical Genji playstyle is they will farm up fast and they will set up like a trap where they'll be gathering outside the small compounds outside of Picado. And if you get caught on your rotation, they will land those bullets in your face.
Yeah, Genji really likes to take advantage of that flat terrain that's on the southwest side of Picado. So we'll see. But to be fair for Entis, this is their this is back home for them. This is their drop location that they prefer on Miramar. So for them, they've squared off in these situations many, many times with Genji. I expect them to be able to rotate around it relatively successfully. VSG is going to be your Los Leones team, as they have been there for quite some time. Interestingly enough, Rush B is over by Los Igos and down on the southern coast. Plenty of compounds and other things available there. This one, you got to feel good about Griffin in this round. These are circles that are right in their wheelhouse. These are when Griffin sees a Monte Nuevo circle, they feel good, just like the caster Godspeed over in NA does. I heard him mention this today, that he loves Monte Nuevo circles because his team dropped Chumacera.
LYG, though, is going to be farming up Pozo, although their landmark is Monte Nuevo. As you can see, that's a nice little neat information given to us from the production. Nice little graphics as well. But for Griffin, they can play towards the left side of the map. They don't have to join into a city fight. They can just hold onto those cliffs. Very, very critical if you spot out any players on the road. It's an easy shootout towards the downside of the hill.
It is. It absolutely is. Anytime you're shooting like that, there's a lot of exposed hills in Miramar, so going up and down them can be rather tricky from time to time. Over in El Pozo, now I can't remember, the Luchador, that's what they're called in Spanish. The wrestling arena, it's a Luchador arena.
So I did not know about that.
I just remembered. Usually I have to ask my other caster what it is because, well, at least the NA casters know, because a lot of them are from Texas, so there's quite a bit of overlap with the Spanish language there.
Right.
And they usually know what this stuff is called, because my Spanish is gone. I forgot it all. I'm replacing it with Korean these days. So I don't, it's all just gone.
But speaking of Texas, some Tex-Mex food I would love to have
Oh my
right
God.
now.
What have you, why? Why?
I'm hungry right now.
I know. I have food waiting for me at home. Since I've had my knee problem, those of you that follow me on social media and everything know that I messed up my knee about a month ago and I had to have surgery on it. So I have to deliver a lot of food. So what I've taken to doing is just ordering everything in one big lump every day, and then just, picking at it as the day goes on, because
that's pretty decent.
I can't move around a lot. So
because what I've been doing is I've been ordering a lot of Mexican food from a place called Tratar, and then after that I'll be going to a shisha place and smoke some hookah.
Ooh, there you go.
And that was my daily thing. But phase 1 still on the move, 3 minutes 30 seconds away from zoning in. We're looking at Mao Ye, the poor victim of the jump shot from Loki in match number 1, I believe. Match number 2. Two. Right, and Loki was just too accurate with those jump shots.
Him and Aqua 5 were just incredible there. They really put on a heck of a show. So you love to see it from Genji. You almost expect to see it from Genji, which is just crazy to think about. There's that canted sight there for Chai Wei. He opts to go for the iron sights, which I don't blame him. I hate the canted sights. I just can't use them. I know some players like them. They're few and far between, but I can't get used to it. It just, I don't know. There's something about it turning that completely just messes with my brain in terms of like how I'm feeling. I don't feel like I'm very level.
So in a different game, not a battle royale game, but a different game, Canted actually works pretty good. But in PUBG, I just don't want to use Canted. It's too bad. And Renba now trying to find the angle onto the head of the Entus players. Kale dodging that, just flying right across his head.
Yeah, that was close. That was dangerous. Quadro and Entus, they're kind of lined up along each other over by the power grid. This is Quadro. They like to drop power grid, and they like to set up on that eastern mountain, seeing if they can pick something up, as Entus trying to come up through that way themselves. Yoluk spotted, but not any damage done to him just yet. Yacha the only one who's taken any damage so far. Good shooting. Get some more damage into Sungjang. Now there's fire coming from another team, and he's going to have to back that off. Renva setting up smokes to cover the side angle for himself to see if he can keep putting pressure on Entus, as Entus has now made the call to get out of dodge.
Entus might be in a little bit of trouble, as it's going to be a downhill ride. Renva's too accurate on those angles. Sungjang will be picked off, and he's going to be dusted. And that's going to be 1 kill towards Quadro and Entus. Yet another game with losing member early on, 7 minutes in. This is a record.
Every time. I don't... Something just isn't right. They just aren't able to really understand how to get themselves in good positions in early games on Miramar.
2tap will find 1 kill for himself, but G9 will return the favor. And now, rest of Griffin, where are they? They're on the push. Minsung is helping him out. Asura is afar, trying to provide some cover shots. But looks like G9 with the bolt will be quite accurate. Just missing it with just a couple inches of fire.
All right, if I'm Griffin, this might be a time where I consider taking the fight to Rush B Gaming. You have a pretty good situation. You've got some vehicles to give you angles to cut them off, to get some good flanks. You can see already Minsung coming up. Asura's going to lead. He's your point man for Griffin. He likes to get in the faces of these other teams, but Dab G was in a spot. No one was ready for him, but Minsung, quick and dirty, gets the headshot, takes him down, looking towards the last member, G9 up there on the hill. And no, it is going to be Minsung who finishes off Dab G. And I believe Minsung's still up, but there is no more Asura over here or 2tap for Griffin.
And G9 just continuing to land those bolt shots. Will put 2Heart on check, but 2Heart did find himself a little bit of angle to maneuver into the bottom side of the hill, so he's fine for now. But Minsung is a little bit stuck here. He's going to get in the vehicle and dip out from this action. But the moment G9 picks out, won't we be able to see a bolt headshot on the riding car?
You would love it. You would love to see it. Come on, G9.
Come on.
I don't know if he's got the angle. I think there's actually quite a few hills over here on the western side of everything. And Pow Pow is even looking over there. But nothing doing here for the 2 survivors of Rush B Gaming. Not really a great fight for either of those teams. They both lose too. Carrot trying to get Tianba in transition. A bunch of damage done so far. Carrot, can he get one more bullet to connect? No, he's going to have to get on the back of that motorcycle, but he does pop the tires on this buggy. So Lin Shun in trouble. Here's 2Heart. He's going to cross paths with Tiantian. Oh my gosh, a solo duel. This is huge for both of these teams. Tiantian, oh, he's gonna get over! Minsung out of nowhere. He's going to get him. What is going on here today with these vehicle knockouts? Oh my goodness.
And that's going to be Lin Shun done from Carrot, and 2Heart finishing off Tiantian. Tianba losing more members here. We're talking some heroic landing, guys. Renba sending it home, and now Minsung wants to do one of his own as well. I'm lost of words. I'm lost of words, Clinton.
I've never seen this many vehicle runovers in the Asia region. It just doesn't happen that much. It's crazy fun to watch. Chaiwei getting a little bit of damage into ZGG. So he's going to be your lead scout for 4 AM, it looks like, these days. When he moves back in. So up with that motorcycle. A bunch of damage from Leo. Leo cannot find the knock just yet. 2 health left here for ZGG. Gonna have to pop it up next to that rock to heal. 4AM wants to make it pay, but Leo's gonna get another one. He's got 8 health himself. He's gonna have enough time just to get that first aid off.
In the meantime, ZGG ran over himself while getting off the motorcycle. So now he's down and dusted. 4AM moving into this compound where GX is holding on to forever down to FHP. What more they could do? The nade from Chaiwei will bounce off the wall. Now Mao Ye is on the rotation. He finds a decent angle onto where Long is holding onto. He's going to pop a nade, throw that right into the compound, but he's going to be suffering from some bullets coming his way. And now Chaiwei on the flank from the side. Wayless is down, and he could be dusted anytime soon. Mao Ye on the push as well. Long is holding on to a decent angle. What more he could do?
Yeah, they need to get in here, and they need speed. It's going to be Long going down. He isn't able to get the heal off forever. The last man standing for 4AM. Never mind, a good grenade from Chai Wei finishes the job. 4 Angry Men out of here very early in this one. And now Infantry is looking down into this. Genji rolls up on the side. Aqua 5 did accidentally knock himself, but Infantry looks like they're going to back off for now.
Aqua 5 knocked himself in the vehicle. ZGG, he was up top with 2 health. He got up there, and then I don't know what happened exactly. We want to see a replay, but he knocked himself out as well, and that just opened up GEX to finish at 4 a.m. there. But luckily for Genji, they're still 4 strong. He took the rest, and now Infantry doesn't want to poke towards that side of the map anymore. 30 seconds away until the next circle shows us where it's going to land at. Maknae, this guy's been crazy in the Asian Charity Showdown and Korean qualifiers. He can put some good shots, and we're looking forward to what this guy could do. Possibly he could fight off Curzon, but it looks like he's going to get on the vehicle and get out from this action as Curzon is looking to zone in towards where Maknae is holding on to. You got to be careful with those motorcycles, Maneuver, though. Whoa. If you flip it, you are done as most of your team is elsewhere. And DA from Curzon, I think he chased him off. Just classic DA.
Yeah. Not the European team DA that everybody loves. No. He's a player here for Curzon, as I think this is really wise by Maknae. He is the solo scout for EM as the rest of his team is coming up behind him. He's in the circle, by the way, is horrible. It is way west. This is my kind of circle.
Less? Got you with that
one. Nice. Very good. All right, Rush B Gaming, the 2 survivors coming through up on veering off the road into the field. LYG up ahead of them. Nope, just going to send it into the shack. Careful with that vehicle. You are okay. Get inside. And for now, they are good to go. I don't think there's anyone close enough to get any grenades in there. I would like to quickly point out for GEX, those were some much-needed points. Look at that points on the side. 5 points, and most of those points just came from that defense against 4 a.m.
Rush B Gaming has nowhere else to go now. You heard those tires pop, and their vehicle is done and dusted. And now we're looking Infantry on the move. 9 taking a bunch of bullets. I think his vehicle is going to be bleeding of fire anytime soon. VSG holding onto this edge of compound. Tianba with 2 members lost. They're still going to be fine as no one wants to rush into their compound for now. Griffin with 2 members strong still, though, and they're controlling the cliffside, so they'll be fine for now as well, most likely.
Yeah, this circle should move away from that cliffside in the next circle shift. It kind of has to, as it treats the very western part of everything as basically water. So it should be moving away from that. We assume it doesn't have to. It's unlikely that it will stay on top of there, though. So for now, EM's got a really nice position. The more west this circle stays, but if it goes hard east, it's going to be a lot more challenging for them, as there is a lot of teams already dug in on that side of the road. As we get a good overview of that flat area, seeing where all these teams are set up. Really like this observing, really giving us a good idea of what the teams can see, what kind of terrain they're going to be working with, as most of the teams have found a way in and at least a safe spot for this particular situation.
And these observations are mostly done by pro players or ex-pro players. For Korea, I know for a fact that's the PKC players. A lot of them work as an observer for the PKL matches. So that's going to be that. And now we're looking at 1136. Looks like they don't want to go towards GEX's way. And Sophia, you're going to have to get off that vehicle. Oh, that's stuck on the rock. I don't think they can recover it unless they hit it with a different vehicle.
Yeah, they're not even going to bother. They're just going to get together.
Get in the car.
Let him in.
Come on.
Let him in, man.
Come on, man.
You leave him hanging. No, that's fine. This is probably... they didn't need to get in. There's no reason for that. There's no reason to risk it to get 2 people in that vehicle. No matter where it's going, you never know when somebody's going to spring a trap on you.
Plus the circle doesn't hurt that much, right?
No,
it's
not yet.
Phase 3, so...
Not yet. Yeah, exactly.
But where is our next circle going to be? It's going to be a dead center, including the cliff. So we're looking at 11 Mystic controlling more than half of the cliff over there. And now Hulk will land a headshot to 9 on the middle of a car that's riding down from a cliff. And that's going to be 9 out and dusted, and Infantry losing a member like that. But we still have Long Square and Boliang in the play, so you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, how mad is Infantry right now? We'll see. Boliang's getting backed off. Too much pressure from VSG. VSG just full sending it up that hill. Speaking of sending it, here comes Tianba Gaming right on to Rush B. Big moment here for them. Molly's in there, already on fire. One, he can't get the other. Tianba's going to be eliminated, as is Rush B Gaming. from the explosion there. So much going on in this kill feed all of a sudden. Maknae getting into Curzon. Here comes VSG trying to finish off the survivors of infantry. Zhao Ying was knocked with all that going on. Wicked's there to get him down again. Good timing as the trap was sprung on top of them. Longsker hanging out in a one-story house. Hulk driving up to say hello.
Longsker is in a world of trouble, but we shouldn't be sleeping on this guy. He has the capability to make this 1v4 happen, you know. And Hulk now he is moving into the compound, trying to find an angle. Longsker will go with the spray down, but won't connect to a second kill. And that's going to be Hulk to finish off Longsker. Infantry out, and so is GEX. And for GEX, it's a little disappointing that they only have 5 points in this total tournament here.
Yeah, absolutely.
A little better.
GX and Curzon struggling right now as Two Heart looks down into VSG. VSG doing a fantastic job holding infantry off, winning that battle without losing anyone. They do suffer a knock, but they are able to get the res. E36 having themselves a nice little day as they have tied for second. I mean, the team
great.
that nobody knew about, nobody would have thought about from Japan coming through and having a very strong start. This is great for the Japanese region. They need a team to come through and really give them a huge boost. Now Gen G wants this compound. I guess they saw two other teams die here, and well, they don't really have much of an option. It is center circle, and if they can set up the vehicles well enough, there's already a lot of vehicles blown up there too, so it's not actually that bad.
Genji did leave one member as an anchor, I believe, afar. I believe that's going to be Aqua 5 on the edge of the circle, so they have some support fire in case they want to leave that death hut, so to speak. A lot of teams were dying in that. I don't know, man. It's almost like a killing field. People who go in there, it comes out dying.
Well, I mean, if anyone can defend it, I guess it's those boys. They're confident in it. It does help that they can allow Aqua 5 to maintain his overwatch of all of this. VSG now, their rotation on the back of a buggy. That is not a fun position to be in if you're Hulk and he gets off as soon as he can. Yeah. You want to be nowhere near that buggy as Wicked is transferring VSG members back and forth. I don't know how much longer he's going to be able to get away with that.
Foxy does land a bullet onto Minsung. And he's going to be knocked up from Yacha from Quadro. Wicked. His vehicle's on fire.
My God.
That's like 2 bullets and he's done.
Oh, my God.
Griffin, are they going to peek up from the mountain? He's waiting. He's waiting. He's going to get off as soon as possible. Work with the hill. Find an angle to cover himself. And Foxy should be out and dusted anytime soon as the blue is coming through. LYG landing more bullets too hard to suppress the fire. And VSG gets their chance to move into the next circle because of that.
Wicked has no business surviving that. Incredible stuff. Great job. It's going to give VSG a good little position to work with, but they do have Griffin up on the hills to their west. So how much of that is going to be a problem? Genji's pretty stuck, and there is enough of a dip here for them to work with so they don't get seen by Genji anyway. So not a big deal for that one. Now poor Curzon comes through. It has been a rough day for them and GEX. The PML teams, it hasn't been their day.
No, not for sure indeed. Whereas in comparison, their Asia Charity Showdown, they were putting up first place, third place, first place, third place. This time around, it's more like 13th place. So it's not that great coming through. But this time around, they're still in phase 5 with 3 members strong. And hopefully, you know, they can find some offensive plays, pick up some more kill points to add on to what they have. It's only 7. They need more. We'll see what happens.
All right, so this is nice setup for Curzon with the high ground. They can at least watch a lot of what's going on. Coming out of here is going to be pretty challenging for them. Two Heart popping his energy drink as he is trying to sneak his way up towards Curzon, or at least enough that he can defend if they push towards his rock. Martian Chun pretty exposed out there if Two Heart peeks around. Gets an eye on him. Aqua 5 finally has to move. The smokes are here. The circle is here as well. He is going to go down to some shots, and then the circle is going to finish the job. It's Two Heart waiting. Two Heart, bye-bye. So, he misses it. He whiffs a bit on that one. Looking to get some more. He's going to need some help here from Minsung, but Minsung takes a decent amount of damage himself from Curzon. This might be a good little win of a battle for Curzon, but no, it's going to be Two Heart. Going to get one. Coming from the side is DA, though. Going to take him down. DA's going to flush it. Minsung's going to get one more. Curzon down to their last man.
That's going to be DA versus Minsung. Minsung's going to pop that nade. He didn't cook it well, but it might land right under his face, and that's gonna be WMV from the side with the finish off DA, just DA things. And Minsung now in the world of trouble. He's gonna be picked off from Element Mystic. Kira V finding a decent angle, but Minsung looks like he's gonna find the ramp to work with. He's gonna go down the hill, but now Genji is looking towards Griffin, and now Minsung is in the world of trouble once again.
Yeah, Minsung, there's not much he can do now. Smokes are out. Edge of the circle is on top of him. He's trying to come down the hill, but Anonix and Genji have an angle, getting some decent damage, but not able to connect any more shots just yet. He's on a tightrope, is Minsung. Almost no health. He's somehow able to get down. Here comes LYG with the Molly.
Molly?
Oh, no.
Huge Molly?
Oh, this is huge. All of Genji was in there. They are all on fire. They're getting behind their cars at least, so they have enough, but it is going to be Dlax who gets Anonix. Rio is going to get Loki. It's just PO left standing for Genji. This is disaster.
Let's see what Namsi has got for us in his backpack. Looks like Anonix will be wiped out anytime soon. PO is trying to work around the cars that are burnt out. Looks like he's going to go for the res here as the smokes are still going to be there for a good 20 seconds easy. But their next rotation, they're stuck. I don't think they can go anywhere at this point.
Yeah, I don't know. It was, to me, I know Genji didn't have many other options. That's a really tough decision and rotation they had to make, and they're paying the price for it, as many teams that tried to go into that Death Shack, as you coined it, had to do. Over to Crest Gaming's Xanadu, 4 up for them as well. So a couple Japanese teams having some decent success here today. Better than the first week last time we saw. As it was a challenge, especially for Sun Sister, as Rio looking down at the survivors of Genji. I don't know how much longer this one's going to go. Yeah, PO is going to go down. Anonix is going to go down. Genji is out in 7th place. They pick up a placement point. Maybe a few kills here and there, but definitely the last couple games haven't been Genji's strengths.
Now Quadro is going to face off LYG, but little did he know, Carl is sneaking up from behind, and that could be a disastrous moment coming through. Maps trying to be spotted here. Will be spotted out by up top of the mountain. He's going to take a couple bullets of his own. Kira V will knock down Carl as a return. I don't think Carl should have opened up on that.
Yeah, this is trouble now for LYG. We talked them up on Miramar. They might be facing elimination. See if Quadro can make that happen here on the southeastern edge. Crazy and Carrot looking, trying, poking, prodding, but Quadro is too quick. They're moving deftly, and they are coming through on the sides of LYG, keeping them pinned down very nicely. And there is not much room for them to maneuver. But up top here, let's keep our eyes here. L-Stars is overwatching things.
And now Dlax will finish off Crazy 1-1-2, and that leaves a single member for LYG. VSG from the side, though, he's going to find the sliver, the little tip of the heads of the Quadro players, try to land those bullets, but won't happen just yet. All-Star still holding on to the top of the mountain. Long DD throwing those nades. He almost spots out Yowok on the rotation in the vehicle. Do they have enough utilities? The nades are going to bounce off all the way far away from Quadro, so that's not going to work out. And now L-Stars might just have to back off from poking at Quadro at this point.
It's going to take one heck of a ping pong to get that grenade to land inside of where Quadro is, just because there's so much like overhangs and rocks in the way that it's really difficult to get your grenades down on top of Quadro, who can sit there for a little bit longer. Hulk's doing it again. This guy has been nasty with that SLR this round. You can see he's got 3 kills, about to pick up his 4th. It looks like he could just finish Machne. Not able to get it with that bullet. Has to reload. Only a 6 back in that SLR chamber, so he's got to be conscious of the fact that he's running a little bit low on 7.6 ammo.
Crest Gaming, though, they are all 4 still up, and they're holding onto the compound. And as you can see, there's nobody holding onto those small houses up towards the road. That most likely will be occupied by Crest Gaming anytime soon. He was going for those bolt shots, but won't land accurately. Minute 30 seconds away until the next circle pops. Quadro on the rotation with the vehicles they had. Dlax down to super low HP from the blue. I think he wants to take a couple seconds here, heal up once again, get on the wheel, but shouldn't be delaying too much time because now other players will be looking at the trails of the rotation path, and now he might be in trouble. Carl going against the players of Element Mystic. That's going to be the final bullet landing into the head of Kinch, and that will be a suffered loss for Element Mystic.
Yeah, Element Mystic now, they've had some nice circle love so far, but this one started to move away. They don't have much to work with here. You can see it's a pretty flat little curve on the side of the road. And now more shots. Carl raining down. L-Stars still 4 up on top of this hill. It is going to be Carl who finds another headshot. Maknae no longer for this world. Monsters is going to help. Hulk has been knocked here as Crest Gaming Xanadu doing a good job. Rio finds the finish onto Hulk, and here goes EM. Not many options left. Get in the motorcycles, get in. This actually is a pretty nice little rotation for them.
Indeed, for sure. And All-Stars now want to push it towards the way of Element Mystic. More utilities being thrown. Molly will drive their position now. Nades and flashes. And Kinch just going for the res onto Kira V. I think the flashbang blinded him completely. WMB on the side will peek out. Find one. The spray will connect to the second one. Element Mystic will be eliminated at 4th place, leaving Quadro, Crest Gaming, and L-Stars 4 versus 4 versus 4.
I mean, Circle is going to move away from L-Stars, though, and Crest Gaming Xanadu has been given a win condition. They're very spread out. Let's see if they can hold this one down. Eguto, what is going to be his option? Is he going to maintain the shack? Is he going to try to push forward? There's another house. It's a little closer to the center of the circle. L-Stars, meanwhile, setting themselves up for their rotation. They have stolen the motorcycles from Element Mystic. Good job by them to be aggressive on that, knowing they have a great odd man situation that they can take advantage of, and a very beat-up Element Mystic that was in front of them. So this is smart as they load up. They're going to send out 2 first and maybe keep a couple behind to watch this rotation. See how it goes.
Test the water, so to say. And that's going to be Crest Gaming trying to hold it off, but Quadro was just spraying bullets onto Eguto, and now L-Stars are fully sending it in. Monsters up front trying to clear out those compounds. He might be spotting out Eguto here. That's going to be 1 down, 1 man down, 1 man dusted, and now Quadro knows this. They're going to be crashing right in. Aries is going to be the one to hold it off, but he's going to be taking a headshot of his own, and Yolok is on the chase. He doesn't want this man to go. He's going to be going in, and that's going to be Aries to finish that knock there. Going for more spray downs won't work as D-Lex comes through, and now Crest Gaming, they were too spread, and that was the problem they had.
What an excellent play there from Aries, though, being very cagey, not allowing himself to get knocked there by Yowook. But here comes Renba. He is lighting it up. Gonna get Carl down and out, looking for more members of L-Stars to unleash the barrel onto. L-Stars, though, has 10 big kills using that high ground advantage they held for so long, so well. Poor Crest Gaming Xanadu gets completely sandwiched after L-Stars sends it first. Quadro takes advantage of that opportunity. 11 kills here for Quadro.
But the center of the circle should be in favor for L-Stars. Rio, the last member alive for Crest Gaming. I mean, he also has a pretty good chance if L-Stars and Quadro just fight themselves off and lose 2 members of each own, then yeah, Crest Gaming has a pretty good chance. But for now, things aren't looking too bright in Crest Gaming's way.
Not ideal. However, Rio does have the best house in this compound. I'll give him that. That he has that going for him. He's pretty close to the center of the circle as well in this house. So he could hold this down for quite some time. It's so hard to push up to the top of this house. Now, players have gotten really good at finding angles, at least, to get their throwables up into the top, whether that be the mollies or the frags. You can basically get most of the angles up inside, especially the side 2 rooms. Some players will go to the middle and watch the stairs. It's a little safer, but there's also the back window that you can get grenades up and through. So, WNB, just watching and waiting as we are in Phase 9. This one's going to come down, I think, right about to the wire. There's quite a bit of cover and buildings for these teams to utilize, so it's just all going to be about who can win their duels. Is Yacha and WNB going to square off first?
I mean, Quadro's pretty good with the final circle. We've seen them face off APK Prince and Farm PC, and they somehow capitalize off of it as well. And now we're looking at more utilities being thrown and exchanged. Monsters trying to clear out that 1-4 compound. Long DD's nades are going to open things up. D-Lax being knocked out. And there's no point to go on for the res unless the angle is completely clear. And now Long DD wants to go for the push, throwing out those flashbangs to clear out the views there. There's the res. D-Lax is done. And now Quadro in a world of trouble. Remba peeking out the angle. More mollies being thrown as well. Nays coming through. This is disaster.
I think Rio might win this just by the fact that he doesn't have to fight anything. Although I say that, but there's already 3 members of L-Stars at his front door, as he's going to have to wait. L-Stars has such a hold on the center of this circle. Here it comes now as we are forced into the bottom of the building for Quadro. They're in a firing line. Easy peasy. Monsters one. Gonna find the other. Actually, L-Stars finds everyone, and they are gonna take game number 4. A huge 14-kill win for them.
L-Stars, they are really good right now, I would say. But that's going to be a win, put up there, 10 win points. And how many kills did they have?
14.
14. Wow.
Huge 24-point round there for L-Stars. Love the blue hair. That's a good look. I actually do really like that. That's pretty slick. Big chicken dinner there for China as they continue to find a lot of success here today. I believe this is going to put Luminous Stars Gaming towards the top, if not at the top of the leaderboard. Quadro trying to do what they can, not much going on, and yeah, Crest Gaming, Xanadu, they just couldn't hold on to it. They were given a great situation, but they're too spread out, and it doesn't help that both teams crashed on them very quickly and in very quick succession.
They couldn't capitalize off of what they had. I mean, it's very valuable towards the final circle that if you're holding on to a compound, then you got do what you gotta do. And those cars, man. All these driver's licenses, you gotta change the testing because people are just too brutal with these.
Usually it's people knocking themselves, but today for once it's them actually running over other people.
Yeah.
So that's pretty fun to see. Two Heart there, just a few missteps, and this is Gen G just nowhere to run.
This is a death trap. This is a fly trap. When you go in there, you have no way out.
Nowhere to hide. Exactly. You can't get... There were so many teams that died at that compound in this game. I think it was 3 or 4, if my memory serves me correctly. And this is a great move here by L-Stars, knowing full well that they have a huge advantage over EM in positioning and numbers, and then they get their motorcycles as well, which allows them to send it down here.
Quadro's decision to pound onto the compound with L-Stars destroyed Crest Gaming as they had to face on 2 battlegrounds at once, and just things didn't look that great. I think Rio was out from L-Stars as well, so I don't know exactly who took the second place, but we'll see as the leaderboard will be shown to us right now. Yes, we do see 24 big points on towards L-Stars. Quadro will have the 6th placement point, showing that they are the second coming into this game.
Yeah, it really feels like it was all L-Stars and Quadro in that game. Griffin does pick up 6 kills. Good job by Crest Gaming Xanadu to pick up some points for themselves. Their best round of the day so far with that 3rd place finish. We just want to mention something we have here at the end of match 3 today. Entis got 5th and Quadro was 6th. However, the match leaderboard was slightly incorrect as it had shown us that Entis was 6th and Quadro was 5th, but we just want to let you guys know we got that fixed. All right, we are going to take a break. Wait.
But there's a quick announcement to make before we go. The guys who are here for codes, we are going to be having a code shown to us in the beginning of match number 5.
So, hey, stay tuned, guys. We'll be back.
안녕하세요. 大家好. Xin chào tất cả các bạn.
We're PUBG Esports fans.
Hi, PUBG Esports fans.
4개의 권역의 최강자를 가리는 PUBG Esports 대회.
Vòng khu vực APEC PUBG Continental Series 1 North America Grand Final PCS 东亚洲际赛
PUBG Continental Series for Europe.
OK Cup June 25th.
6월 26일 개막합니다.
Kommer starta 27 juni.
2 hafta boyunca Perşembe ve Pazar günleri arasında devam edecek bir maç programımız var. Kaçırmayın.
大家多多支持，多多收看。
Mark your calendar and stay tuned.
Отметьте даты в своем календаре и будьте готовы.
CS1 많은 응원과 시청 부탁드려요.
冠军竞赛活动现已回归。
The Pick'em Challenge is back.
コンソールは6月23日からオープンします。
Các bạn có thể tham gia dự đoán đội vô địch trực tiếp ở trong game.
Bạn sẽ nhận được 6 lượt bình chọn khi mua vật phẩm BCS One.
และรายการดูไลฟ์สตรีมสดเนี่ยก็สามารถลุ้นรับตลาดทายผลนะครับผม
记得准时收看 PCS 1东亚洲际赛。
PCS1 잊지 말고 시청해주세요.
Так что оставайтесь дома и следите за PKS1.
You can get a maximum of 7 coupons, including 1 free coupon.
If you click the Esports tab for our game lobby,
팀 정보와 PCS1 매치별 스탯 그리고 실시간 순위까지 확인하실 수 있습니다.
Äänestä joukkueita, joista tykkäät.
ถ้าเพื่อนๆทายถูกเพื่อนๆก็จะได้รับสกินพรีเซนต์สีทองสุดลิมิเต็ด
Stay home and watch PUBG Esports 记得待在家看 PUBG 比赛 Stay home and watch PUBG Esports
Bliv hjemme og se noget dejligt PUBG Esport.
Bliv hjemme og se på PUBG Esport.
So make sure you stay home og se PUBG Esports.
Stay home, stay safe, and let's get that chicken dinner. 인사 한번 해줘.
카메라 울렁증이 있어가지고 속이 많이 안 좋네. 이거 좀 특별할 것 같아.
찍고 괜찮죠?
좋다.
가요 포즈도 있는 거예요? 승리 포즈. 승리 포즈요? 위통까지 이런 거.
잠깐만요. 너무 웃겼어요.
Stay home.
이제 응원해주는 것만으로도 저희한테 많은 도움이 되고 다시 할게요.
PCS1 많은 시청과 응원 부탁드려요.
Stay home and watch PUBG Esports.
One more game to go here on day number 1 of the PUBG Continental Series 1 Asia Showdown. A lot of teams having good days, a lot of teams having bad days. That's the way PUBG Esports goes. Entis, not the best of days for them for sure. As again, we are piggybacking off the Korean feed, so trying to get you guys a code as well. So we apologize for that, but hopefully we got one coming here for you in game number 5.
We actually have a confirmation from the from PUBG that you guys will be able to see a code in the beginning or the early parts of game number 5. So stick around, guys. The code will come, and it's not like we're gonna give you only one code to finish off the day. It's gonna be another one to come through. So stick around. We will have that. Now looking over towards Genji, and Onyx is gonna be chewing a gum, classic as he goes.
He likes, yeah, he's a gum chewer.
Always.
Yep, I get it. Maybe, I see Loki's got a stick of gum there too. I don't know if they're big Michael Jordan fans. I don't know if anybody's watched The Last Dance, the documentary on Netflix. So good. Guy chews gum all the time. I forgot. Yeah. I've kind of forgotten about that. Anyway, the VSG, they have a win, and it's been okay. It's been I'd say a typical VSG day where they're picking up kills here and there. They haven't really popped off, but they never really popped off during the Korean qualifiers. They had some good rounds, of course. They qualified for this event, but they weren't like world beaters. They were just pretty consistent. picking up a lot of kills. I haven't seen a trap yet from VSG, so is this going to be the round where they set up a rotation trap?
I mean, this time around, it's the final match of the day, and I mean, I don't mind them setting up traps once again. You know, they're out to do anything at this point.
Yeah,
it's only day one too, so there are, I would say, a lot of teams here. They're testing the water. They're testing how teams react to certain things. Like, we haven't seen any hot drops happen just yet, but once things get more comfortable with these players, then we might be able to see some hot drops come through as well. But guys, we are going to be moving into the final match of the day. Miramar, once again.
Let's do it. Let's go. Countdown has begun. 5 games per day in every region. Make sure you guys are tuning in to all of the PCS events. They have been fantastic. We've already had day 1 of APAC and North America. Those were so much fun. Some crazy nutty circles in both of those regions. We had one just this last game. That was a pretty nutty one. And we've got Europe coming up here shortly, guys. So make sure you stay tuned to it all right here, right now.
Europe's gonna be it's gonna be really fun.
Really
too.
good.
Omaken picking up those fights. DA.
I don't think they qualified this go around. I don't think so.
but Omaken's in there for sure, and they also pick up fights.
Yeah, I really like that Tornado Energy team right now.
Right.
Can a team like Liquid or FaZe, one of the old favorites, come through? Yeah, K-Mine's pretty good. We've seen it. We all know it. All right. The plane path is almost identical to the last one, except we're going from the north to the south this time around instead of south to the north. So not much different in that. We don't expect anything too crazy then. We didn't see too much crazy in the first about 3 to 4 minutes of game number 4 there.
Speaking of north, yesterday was when the Korean War broke out, paying homage to our veterans out there. Just saying. But that's going to be that, and this plane is going to be as even as possible, not more even, I guess, than the last plane as well.
Yeah, it's literally almost the same. So I'm just kind of sitting here going, well, we're not going to see, we're not going to see too much going on this one. I assume unless something weird happens.
Island.
I don't know if it's far enough over for the islands. We could get Prison Island. I don't know if we're going to get the other small islands. I think those are a little bit too far outside the plane path.
Right. And this time around, we're going to be seeing Griffin farming via Denmark once again. The classic spot for them to go. It's either that or Alcantara.
Yeah. Depending on the plane path. There you go.
Yep.
Oh, not super different.
Just almost the same as the last ones.
Yeah, the last one was a little further west. That's about it. Otherwise, it's kind of all the same. So these circles are interesting, and here's why. I think if you're sitting at home and you're going, well, the same circle, boo, boring. No. Why this is interesting. How teams make adjustments, right?
Right.
Entis lost Songjong earlier in a trap set up by Quadro. They're probably going to avoid that particular area again. They're probably not going to try to go up towards the Power Grid Mountain. They might try to go somewhere else. What other situations are these teams going to change what they're doing? Oh, boy.
Nonix is going to be driving right next to Chai Wei. I think he was turning his handle towards the compound, but it looks like, he's circling. He's doing his loops. I don't know if that loop is going to be a fruit loop or a blood loop. Chai Wei's waiting. He's got an AK in hand. He's going to spray it down. Nonix dodges those bullets, but there's only 3 seconds. There's not much he could do. He was trying to juggle. With the seat swaps, but it looks like that's going to be a Nonix down and dusted. Genji is going to be the first blood here as a victim. And oh my days, Genji's having a hard time here. We're seeing our total kill rankings here. WMB in the number 1 spot, and we've seen him put up some really good kills in Erangel and coming into Miramar as well.
Yeah, it's been a very strong day for the Chinese teams. Tianbo once again playing out of their minds. Quadro's up here after a very strong game number 4 now. They've eked their way up into 3rd place. VSG, they're in 4th, 28 points. They're not doing too bad. 15 kills as well, and they had a chicken dinner today, so it's been pretty good for VSG. I got to call out Genji a little bit on that. There's no reason for that. I've never seen them go quite that far out. B, they got to be watching the shoots if they're going to do something like that. Like, they have to know that somebody's going to be around that area.
Right.
It's a little surprising to see them make a misstep like that, and I don't know whose idea that was or what, but it wasn't a good one.
Now, in the meantime, we are seeing M200 crash right onto 9 from infantry. And that's going to be Zhao Yang, my bad. And he has an M16 in his hand. Let's see what those burst fire could do on towards M200 as he has Scar. Longsker came from behind as a support. And he's got an AK, and that thing hurts like a truck. M200, he's just waiting at the edge, waiting for his teammates to come through, but infantry doesn't want to spend more time. They're going to be fully sending it in. Molly being thrown out to clear out those angles also stops infantry from moving in further away.
Yeah, and there is some reinforcements coming for M200. You've got a couple of them on the sides there. You've got Tian Tian off to his southeast. Over to his west, it looks like it's Lin Shun. As Zhao Yang pre-firing around corners, and he's going to get it this time.
M16.
200 with the M16. Burst fire for days. He doesn't have any bullets in that micro Uzi. So I was kind of, usually the micro is very popular in close range fighting because that high rate of fire it has.
Right.
But good job by infantry, getting a point, catching Tianba in a bad situation, taking advantage of it, and down goes M200. The rest of Tianba Gaming, they are done. They watched their teammate die. Now it's time to go home.
But for Genji, I have a little bit of defense for Anonix. Like, I think he was circling around to bait anyone in the compound to come out and shoot at him, but the other guy had just had too much patience, and that was Anonix baited into coming into the compound. But yeah, in the end, at the end of the day, it was his mistake to go into a compound like that, which is pretty close to the plane path, and he had a vehicle too.
Yeah, it just... You got to be paying attention a little bit more to the shoots and the drops if you're going to do something like that if you're Genji. I get the idea, trying to get further up the road, trying to get more center into the circle. I mean, ideally, Genji's looking for that compound around Monte Nuevo. They really, really like the compound that's to the north of Monte Nuevo. That's very famous for FaZe Clan often taking it as they drop Monte Nuevo and tend to move there when the circles do this. That is the compound that they like as well. So I think there's an idea there. They got to be more perceptive of what the other teams are doing.
It all depends on how much information you can gather from scouting out, and all those put together come out as a decision, as a tactic. And if it doesn't work out, then something is wrong in your scouting or something is wrong in the playmaking. But that's just gonna be that. And this is Asian region, and players sometimes go hothead, sometimes they will just crash in right away. Kind of similar to APAC as well, where you see like Buriram will crash onto compound. They do that sometimes, and
yeah, they do.
Genji, we've seen them crash compounds time to time in the Korean qualifiers. But Genji, they still have all three members up besides Anonix. We still got Pio in there. Aquafy was popping off earlier today, and with those rosters still in the game, we might be able to see a Genji game once again. You never know.
That's true. You could never count Genji out. Even as long as one of them is alive, there's a chance. We've seen all of their players put up special plays. So keep our eyes open for some heroics potentially, or who knows. Wayless has some good angles, but isn't really able to connect much. Only a 2x on top of that mini. And not the easiest one to do some long-range shooting with, as Rush B Gaming now hopping in their Murado. Moving on. Team Curzon, it has been a disappointing start compared to what we saw from them at the Charity Showdown. Only 8 points here so far in 5 games. GEX, the other team from their region, only 6. So it has been a disappointing start for the PML boys.
Chinese Taipei region, but we've seen Curzon put up some great game in the first week of Charity Showdown. We could be seeing the same thing happen anytime soon. DabG in a little bit of trouble. His vehicle's on fire. I don't think he can go anywhere with that. Lin Shun now might be running right into the crosshair of Foxy. Lands a couple more bullets, down to half HP. Foxy once more. He's going to find that low angle on towards those power towers, I would say. And now rest of VSG is on the push. Hulk with a nade popping. He's going to throw that right in the face of Lin Shun. Is that going to do the job? No. Lin Shun gets a sliver of health, but Foxy will spot him out.
Yeah, good trap set up there by Foxy and the VSG guys. Over to Crest Gaming Xanadu, who's trying to make their way up into the shacks that Quadro is in. Yacha's up here. D-Lax is waiting, trying to get a good angle. It's going to be Ares getting out of his vehicle. D-Lax being patient. How much does Aries know about this? The rest of his team's already in there. He can't really do much other than watch their backs from this position. But it looks like that's what he's content to do for now, because if he steps up over that hill, he could be in trouble. D-Lax trying to make him pay for it with a grenade.
That nade will do half HP. Aries now aware of what's happening to him. Second nade being cooked by D-Lax. That won't be landing a little bit short towards the left side. And Aries gets to heal off the HP he lost. And now D-Lax, he doesn't want to overextend. He wants to play this one out safe. So he's not pushing out the hill, and he's not going around or going for a flank, because if he gets picked off, then Quadro will start to shatter because no one can take the res back onto him. Well, that's going to be that. And D-Lax just decides to back off for a little bit, just holding Aries on check. Nothing more than that.
Yep, hard shifting again is the circle. That seems to be the story of the day for PCS1 across all the regions. Tons of hard shifts. Once again, we're going south, so a very Griffin-friendly circle this go around. Tianba as well in the center of that one. So going forward, they have some good real estate, at least for now, as this kind of long-range poke battle between Element Mystic. Whoa, gotta be careful there.
There's our code.
There's our code. Go for it. Go, 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 chat.
In the middle of the center, open your client, type the code in, you will get your ticket. But in the meantime, we are going to be seeing DapG being set up in the middle of the tree. He has nowhere else to go. He's in check. And now Maknae was going on the flank. He was being spotted out by rest of Rush B Gaming, but not more he could do. He had to back off and heal up a little bit. And now DapG just trying to hold on to two different angles at once. I don't know what more he could do at this point. His best bet is just put out a smoke and hope that nothing comes in his way.
Yeah, Silver almost getting another knock. So, Maknae is going to get knocked by Dab. So right now, EM looks completely out of sorts. They don't seem to be able to find good angles to take on other teams. They're getting knocked. Their shooting isn't as on point. Maknae especially has been getting caught out for them. So huge spreads I think they're used to being able to get away with in Korea, because nobody really messes with them too much up on the northern part of the circles. A lot of these other teams not so keen on letting them get away with that.
I guess the code is only for 100 use, maybe.
Yeah,
that's why.
It's like it's not many people. You got to be fast.
Yeah, you gotta be fast with those client opener ready. You're gonna be looking at Team Quadro holding onto the eastern side of the circle, just outside of Monte Nuevo. They don't have any kills so far, but they have all 4 members up. In the meantime, Lorena from Tianba will take a knock onto Yan Li. GEX already being shattered apart. L-Stars, though, will be bullied by Kale, as Monsters does lose his buggy. He doesn't have any vehicles anymore, but it looks like he can join up with his teammates, get a ride, and go wherever he wants.
All right, well, GEX got most of their points in the previous game. This one hasn't started well. Curzon stuck. This particular member, most of Curzon is stuck, actually, now that I look at the big map. On my side, they're in the blue, and they're going to have to allow Crest Gaming Xanadu to go first, and then they're going to come 4 a.m. behind them even. So a lot of teams coming in very late to this. Will there be some kind of fighting between them? Looks like for now, Wayless is going to go a different direction. Doesn't like the idea of trying to follow in Curzon's footsteps in this particular situation. So I'm just going to go a little bit more west.
A little bit more west once again, but 25 seconds away until our next circle. And will the circle also shift far west as well, on par with the players?
That would be mean, but maybe that's what we're going for.
Meaner the better. Meaner the better.
That's true. We do like that here. We do like mean circles for our players. We are not nice to them. As Wayless took some damage and finds some circle blue, it's going to end up knocking him as Crest Gaming Xanadu coming through and forward. They have a little bit of a beachhead up there from Aries. Going to be their point man on this go-around. LYG outside of the circle. So we didn't go east. We didn't go west. We tried. We failed.
We failed, but even still, we have a pretty decent circle. We got one city inside it, and we also have a lot of bulky terrain to work with. Looks like Wayless should be res there. I mean, Chumacera is pretty fun, as it's the city is divided into 2 different sides, one up top of the hill with the warehouses, and one down there with those small apartments and the shacks. And I would say whoever controls the left-turn side of Chumacera has a pretty good chance of capitalizing off their location, because when you hold onto the left-turn edge, you can rotate up top or rotate down lower, wherever you want. Whereas if you're on the right side, the hill is very steep, and there's no way you can climb that. If somebody's on the Overwatch, there's not much you can do. In the meantime, our PO, so-called AKA NAMC, is going to be on the run, landing more bullets up towards the way of Tiamba for the rotation to happen. Rush B Gaming, they are going to be able to salvage one vehicle as the other one is going to be popped of tires.
Yep, there is Quadro over on the side as they watch Rush B circle around them to the east towards the edge of the circle. 4 a.m. still trying to get in. They did find a res onto Wayless. We're in phase 3, so there's enough time to get that off, as there is 2 on this particular motorcycle. Looks like they're going to opt to just barely get in and then kind of let these guys go forward now, as the circle is making its way behind them. So for 4 a.m., a difficult situation in front of them. There's quite a few teams over on the western side of this circle already. So I don't know where exactly they're going to find room. You might be able to find room on the back of the mountain potentially. Oh no. Crest Gaming, Xanadu, Aries going down to Kinch. Kinch trying to find the other, but he doesn't need to because Lash is on the flank coming through, pinching Rui TV, as the rest of Crest Gaming Xanadu is going to be like, nope, that compound's no good. Let's try the next one.
The next one doesn't look that great, as Curzon is also on the move. DA kind of falling behind, going a little bit slow. Remba spots out Crest Gaming, and now he wants to land bullets towards Curzon's way. Looks like Rio should be able to utilize this gas station for himself, but for how much longer? Because if players do crash onto that, it's a hard defense, as it's only a single-story compound. In the meantime, 4 a.m. After taking the res back onto Wayless, will be on the rotation. ZGG on the motorcycle will use this edge of the hill. He's got to be careful. He doesn't want to knock himself once again, as the motorcycle was bouncing up that hill and was popping away in towards his face. You got to be careful with those. I mean, it's just like real life, you know. If you park your car on a hill and then if you don't go for the side brakes, it will roll down and it will destroy people.
I see that way too often. Oh, Long's gonna find Loki. Where's the rest of Gen G here? He's got Aqua 5 in the building. Pio underneath. Pio's trying to do everything he can. He gets one, but good shooting from Laylis is gonna find him. Grenade's gonna finish the job. It is just Aqua 5 left. He has no angle on this fight. This is not a good position for him to be in to back up the teammates. So this round, not Gen G's best, as I don't know if Aqua 5 is going to be long for this world if 4 a.m. pushes further in.
Aqua 5 controls the second floor of this house, and he has a pretty decent angle of the heads popping out, but the moment 4am decides to send it full, maximum he can do is like 1 or 2 knocks, and 4am will dust him out from this game. And let's see what they have in mind. 4am is going to close in from the... This is pretty smart. They're going to close in from the side where the wall is there and there's no windows, and the nade from Long will indeed for sure finish off Aqua 5. Gen G will be eliminated at 16th place, actually.
Yeah, that was definitely not the finish to the day that Gen G would have liked. Good starts, but they can't get it done here on Miramar, both games. I would say very disappointing for them. Rush B, where are you going to go? You got to get somewhere inside the circle. Oh, E36 is getting torn apart. 2 down. Pure Boy is finished. It's actually VSG's Hulk. He's going to finish him off. LYG is completely stuck inside of this defilade right now, as they are throwing smokes, hoping they can buy themselves enough time here. Is there going to be a res for Sylphia? Are we even going to try on that one for E36 is my big question right now, as Sato's cutting across. Foxy sees other members up there, and E36... Well, they've had a decent day, actually. They're in 7th right now, but this last couple games haven't been great.
For sure, indeed. And WMB from the side is going to find a decent angle onto DabG, find the headshot to dust that out as well. And now that just allows Rush B Gaming to come back towards this hut and just hold onto it. In the meantime, more players dying out. Element 36 suffering from a loss. Long DD from All-Stars wants to poke more towards Rush B Gaming that were farming the remnants of Long DD. That outside, I believe, was that Monsters, actually. I think they wanted to dust down Monsters, and that just didn't work out.
Yeah, Tianba still pretty central in this particular circle. They have a nice little position up on the hill over towards Entis, who has come through, and they are third-partying this fight. They have a good angle onto Rush B Gaming, but it's actually going to be Long DD. He's going to find a long-range knock onto Under. Should be able to get that res, I think. Indigo spraying into this smoke, seeing if he can find anything on the member of Rush B Gaming that's inside of it, but nothing connecting just yet, The res is underway onto under. Carl's going to find Silver, though, with a nice piece of work and a quick finish as well. So that smoke only lasted so long, and when it was done, Carl's going to make Silver pay the price.
Rush B Gaming will suffer from 2 down, and that just leaves a member or two members left actually for Rush B Gaming. The All-Stars putting up a really good game in Miramar actually. They took that win last round, and now this time around they are all 4 members up with some decent kill points in their hand. And the next circle, where is it gonna be?
We're waiting. Are we gonna hard shift? We've been mostly hard shifting so far. Nope. Center, finally. A donut. Who knew? We're coming out. All right, long DD, pushing forward towards Rush B. He's going to hear those shots. He's coming up and over the hill, sees a grenade in his face, isn't sure what it is, backs off, but it's going to be, no, it is going to be L-Stars who actually get all of that. Entus just isn't able to connect their shots as well. Luminous Stars Gaming is just feeling it, and Entus is whiffing on a lot of their shots, to be frank.
And Indigo, he was way too overexposed on top of the hill. He's instantly punished by Carl, and he suffers from a knock. Looks like the rest could come through as he has some terrain to work with, but I don't think other teams want that to happen. Infantry on the rotation in towards the edge of the circle. The crate, though, what's it going to have?
Free gift for infantry, it looks like. I'm curious. I'm actually really curious what's inside of that one. Mean Song, long-range shots onto VSG to try to get them into 2-heart, but Mental turns, finds him. Mental gets the finish. Foxy very hurt. 5 kills quietly for VSG. Haven't seen them much on camera, but they've been doing a great job behind the scenes. It's 2-heart is out. Mean Song Asura 2-tap, trying to push through. VSG has just a little bit of an edge on their circle position right now. They're just slightly ahead of Griffin. 2 taps going down. It's going to be GEX who comes from the side. Third parties, it takes down Griffin in the snap of a finger. Over to Luminous Stars, who are absolutely popping off. But here comes some grenades, and it's going to be Infantry and Entus that get involved and finish them off.
Entus and Infantry joining hands together to finish up L-Stars, our last match's winners there. And this opens up a lot more opportunities for these teams to go for the win. But VSG looks too damn strong with 4 members all still alive. Quadra as well. Entus 4 up as well, as they did take the res back onto Indigo. In the meantime, VSG will suffer from a knock. Foxy will be knocked out by Migo. Infantry wants to push onto this as Entus wants to hold this off. Zhao Yang's going to open up towards Kale. And now Indigo is on the hold with Sungjang. But what more he could do? He's down to half HP. He's got to heal it up. Longsker with the nades popped out. He's going to toss a couple more smokes to make the way there. But Indigo is rotating out already from this action.
Yeah, I think Infantry might have smelled a little weakness on Entus, and they also, if they can get on top of this hill, feel like maybe that's a little bit of a better positional advantage for them, and it is going to back Entus off a bit as they find a new hill for themselves to hide behind for now forever. Tons of mollies coming his way. He's actually going to go out in the blue to get in his Murado, but that's not a good idea because he takes a bunch of damage from GEX. ZGG trying to do what he can. It's going to be actually Chaiwei that's going to finish forever. ZGG, sole survivor for 4 AM, backs off. He's got to go somewhere else because if GEX wants to, they could probably push on him pretty quick. But I think for now, yep, here they come behind him. Leo's coming. Nope. All right, maybe not. They're going to reposition.
I think they're going to go for it. I think they're going to go for it. Leo is peeking out. He spots out ZGG. ZGG sees him as well. They're going to be going for those straight shots, but no one won't be landing those bullets. And now ZGG, with the next circle being popped, his best goal is to just drag GEX as long as possible so their rotation gets screwed over as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Just do anything you can to hope that maybe another team comes and third parties this and allows you to make your escape. Don't think it's going to happen when I look at the map, though. I think ZGG is going to have to do something else. Longsker has a bolt.
He bolted Indigo in the face.
I just caught that in the feed. That's interesting. Gex finally coming alive here with 7 kills. They needed a big round to finish the day. And there we go. Finally, Chaiwei, the star player for GEX, going to get it done. Over to VSG, who has found the backside of Entus. Sungjang there, under up on the hill. Those are the only 2 left for the Entus boys. Grenades starting to ring up in front of Sungjang. The molly there as well, but that one just short.
Thankfully for Sungjang, the vehicle was already exploded, so he doesn't have to suffer from any damage coming through. Foxy on the push again, and if he finds an angle, Sungjang should be done anytime soon. Team Curzon will be rotating in. That's what I'm talking about. Hulk actually finds the kill onto Sungjang. That's going to be dusted up by Wicked, and now VSG on the hunt. Under should be the last member alive for Entus, and what more he could do. Infantry will be suffering from a knock from Quadro. Yo did end up find Zhao Yang, and the nade from Renba just puts even more damage in the face of Longscrew, and he's going to have to heal off as he's still prone. More nade coming through. Yacha will finish off Bo Liang.
All right, Quadro on the hunt. They want infantry out of this. Nine's going to get Yowook, though. Renba trying to see what he can find. Nobody yet. Longsker pops out. Longsker's going to get him down and out. Great timing there by Longsker. Nine still up as well. It is just Yacha now for Quadro. Quadro felt like they had infantry on the ropes. No, sir. Longsker and Nine getting it done. Now Under comes up from behind and third parties. Gets the knock. It is going to be infantry finishing off Quadro. Longsker with 4 kills. 3 for 9 here. Great, great round from infantry.
But Under did knock out 9. In the meantime, I think Hulk ran over Foxy with the vehicle, so they're going to have to take the res back onto that, slowing their path down for a little bit. GEX now trying to rotate into the compound where Tiamba is holding on to. Tian will be found out here. He was looking at the wrong door possible. Leo is going to punish him for that, and now that just leaves Lurena up top of that compound. What more he could do? And now he's just patiently waiting, dishing out more smoke so he can cover up those angles the GEX players can come through.
Yeah, GEX really feeling it right now. They've made some great pushes against a couple different teams. Under is going to find infantry. He's going to get Longsker, get himself a couple big kills. This guy, we have seen this a lot in the Korea qualifiers. Under is a hero for Entis a lot of times as a sole survivor. He comes through, picks up big points for them.
And indeed, he found another 2 points, and 2 huge points. I'm not even talking about those farmable teams. This is infantry he farmed. Longsker, 9 was knocked out, and he finished off Longsker, and that's just great, great plays coming through for Under. In the meantime, Hulk gets knocked up by Martian Chun. He's been quite accurate with that DMR lately.
Well, Curzon got themselves a good compound. Is this going to be their win? They need something. It's been good rounds for GEX and them so far. Finally coming through for Chinese Taipei as VSG, tons of smokes around that building. They have it completely surrounded. Finally, Foxy knocked him out. I think that was his 3rd or 4th knock in this round. So this is, you know, once he's knocked, he's pretty much done. Hulk's trying to outduel Martian Chun. Gets the better of him that time around. Luren quietly sneaking around, goes for the edge, trying to run away, but Yanli doesn't want to let it. The circle's going to finish the job. GEX, fantastic work on the western side, kicking a couple different teams out of their way.
In the meantime, Something takes a bunch of damage. He's going to have to go back inside the church and heal off. Hulk is doing... He's dishing out damage left and right. We might be seeing him on top of the damage leaderboard. Kira V from Element Mystic will spot off Chai Wei, jumping away to scout. Looks like that didn't work out. Hulk will be clearing this compound out, and that's going to be Something out and dusted. Another kill point. Wicked is going to spot out a player. That's going to be PH111.
Wow, this is really good stuff, but Hulk, DA, going to find him with a grenade. That's going to put Hulk down. No one there to get him up just yet. Mental had flanked out. Wicked pushed ahead. Looks like Wicked's going to try to move back. It is going to be Wicked who's getting caught trying to go for the res. DA, great spray with the M4. It's going to find him, and the wheels are coming off the bus for VSG.
DA, he threw that nade well, and he, with that 3x, sprayed really well. So I guess DA really claims his name for sure indeed. In the meantime, the circle is going to be a dead center shift, leaving Martian Chun as the center anchor here. Element Mystic, 2 members up. GEX, 3 up, so they have a pretty good chance, but they are the ones that has to enter into the next circle, so I don't know what more action they have to put out. They're going to have to fight through a lot of teams to claim themselves a win here. Under still alive for Entis, and he's definitely in the blood boil, and he's in the berserk mode. He finished off infantry by himself.
Under, there's not much of a hope, but there's something there, I guess. At GEX, they have to go completely downhill some way or another. Fortunately, they have a Murado left to at least make it quicker. I thought they might just drive at Element Mystic and go for the run over, but no, they get out. Kinch gets 1. Kira gets another.
Nice.
That is, they knew Element Mystic was there, but not able to work it. Still is GEX. It's the last member trying to come through, seeing if he can do anything to EM.
That spray control by Kira V was supreme, I would say. Some way, somehow, that's going to be GEX out and done. Now, 4 teams left here.
It's Under with a 2v1 against EM now. He stole a kill in there. Kinch trying to come up and over. Under's got the drop. Under's going to get one. Can he get the other? He's running away. He's able to keep enough of that mountain out of the sight of Kira V. Is he going to be able to find a heal for himself? Some grenades coming out now. That one might be good enough. I think it just went past Under. Under gets his first aid off. That's a big deal. Under trying to come up and over. Kira's on his left. He doesn't see it in time, and he's going to go down.
Under had a pretty good flick, though. He flicked it right on, but looks like Kira V was just a little bit more accurate. And now that just leaves VSG, Element Mystic, and Curzon at a face-to-face duel here.
Wow. It's Mental versus Martin Chun, because DA got knocked. Mental very hurt, that grenade missing him. He's got the big tire of the tractor. 2 up for EM, though. EM might be able to sneak this out. They might be able to long range and take this. Mental's just pushing in, trying to get closer and closer to the center of the circle, put the pressure onto Martin Chun, see if he can make him make a mistake. As he gets up and inside the building underneath. Stun is through. Mental's up, and there he goes. Mental is going to take down Martin Chun. Now it is up to him to see if he can get another win for VSG today.
Those stun grenades, that's the reason why you carry them around, boys. That thing works, and that thing will blind people. And it's just Mental utilizing that utility. It was a prime example of how you should be doing that. In the meantime, Element Mystic still 2 up, so they can set up a pretty good crossover angle on towards Mental, and Mental has to pick off one before he can claim a win over here.
Yeah, he did see the head of, I believe that's Kinch up there. Indeed it is. Kira V over on the left. He sees the head of Kira as well. So now he's going to actually pop outside of the building. He wants to get a closer position. That's what Mental likes. Mental wants it up close and personal. Kira has actually pushed forward further and is looking to see if Mental comes out the other side of the building, but now Kinch has got Mental spotted. Is Mental going to be able to get in the smoke? Mental fires some more shots. That's going to give away his position. Kira V's going to come over and get him. Element Mystic takes a win here in the final game of the day.
I have to say this. Element Mystic in Asian Series Showdown, they were really strong in Miramar games, and I think that carried over to PCS1 Asia once again. Like, we've seen Element Mystic quite quiet in our Erangel matches today, and somehow in match number 4 they picked up a couple more kills, and now match number 5 they finally have a win for themselves. So I would say it's a claimed win for sure for Element Mystic.
Yeah, it wasn't the best start to the day, but they finish it with a bang. VSG had a really good day overall. They came into that game in 4th place, and then Mental doing Mental things. That guy, again, I tell you what, so much confidence in his game, just outplaying Martin Chun, just like I said, trying to make him make a mistake, and then he throws the great stun, comes up the stairs, easy peasy. So you gotta love it. This new VSG squad, a force to be reckoned with.
Martian Chun didn't have any angles to work with as that compound. It's very barren, and those flashes will blind you out, but we're going to be seeing the replay here. Lin Shun being picked off, and now this is L-Stars eating a bunch of nades. Infantry taking out L-Stars with help with Entis Gaming.
VSG had a ton of kills in this one. I mean, they were all over the place, moving around this southern side. Here comes Hulk. You can see 9, 10 kills for VSG. Coming through with Wicked there. Kira with the great spray transfer. Good job from him. That's a big part of why they're able to get this win. Now, had Under won this fight, think about that. Had Under won that 1v2, how different would this game have finished? Would Under have been able to outduel Mental had it come down to that? Hard to say for sure. Doesn't matter, though, because it's going to be Element Mystic. Only 7 kills, but hey, you're actually 2nd place because VSG had enough to get 1 more point out of you.
12 kills? Come on. And that's going to be 1/6 of the lobby. VSG picking up 18 points. Element Mystic leading 2nd with 17, just 1 point away. GEX, though, one of their better games, I would say.
They needed
picking up
that.
12 points. They definitely needed that. On the right-hand side, we see 3 big fat zeros. Gen G suffering from 1 as well. Element 36, in comparison to what they have done in the Erangel matches, looks like their Miramar is not on point just yet, but we still have 3 more days to go, so you never know what these boys have in the backpack to show us.
And you know what's really surprising about all this? About this entire Miramar bench? LYG.
LYG.
They were gods on Miramar in the Charity Showdown. Right. This today was not good. There's your total leaderboard for the day. L-Stars going to come out on top, but in 2nd place with their triumphant return to international competitions is VSG. 46 big points. Tianba Gaming keeping it close with 36, then Infantry and Team Quadro and Element Mystic and OGN and Four Angry Men. No, you know what? You go all the way down to like 12th place, and everybody's really close. Like, this has been a really, really tight competition.
I would say all the way up towards Griffin and Rushby Gaming, they all have a pretty good chance of going shooting for the stars here. In the meantime, Genji, 27 points, no wins, but in Korean qualifiers, we've seen Genji having a similar days early on, and when they had the second week coming through, they were picking up those wins once again finally. So we could be seeing something like a slow starter for Genji once again.
Yeah.
For Griffin too, not the best games they had today, but in the end, they're still Griffin. Like, they're the top fighters in close up combats.
I agree. I don't think you can count them out just yet. Tianba's having another fantastic day. L-Star is really turning it around from their performance at the Charity Showdown. Much better start here today. There is your overview once again, guys. On the left is our schedule. So today was Asia, and then tomorrow we got APAC and Europe. And then on Sunday, we're back here with Asia. Same time, same place, 7 p.m. Korea Standard Time is when our games begin for the Asia region. And I tell you what, the Chinese teams, the Korea teams, playing great. You got to give E36 some credit. Their first ever tournament like this on a big stage, and they played well. You got to give that Japanese team a lot of credit. Crest Gaming Xanadu, not great, but not terrible. So here is our upcoming schedule, and then we're going to close it out. North America. We're coming up once again here, as that one's a lot of fun to watch. Some really crazy good teams there in NA. And I think that's it, guys. Thank you so much for watching. We're going to head on out. Tune back in soon. I think we're about ready to go. We had the thanks for watching screen, so I'm going to assume that's about time to go.
You got baited.
I got baited a little bit there. Hang on. I'm sorry. I'm still here. I apologize. The glare from my head, you're going to have to stick with it for a little longer. Okay, now I can cut it. I saw it. Okay,
sounds good.
We're done. Bye-bye, guys. Have a great day. Stay tuned for more PCS1 action.